Japan's yokai legends are incredibly diverse. From classic creatures passed down through ancient times to modern urban legends, each one carries its own unique charm. As a creator passionate about yokai culture, one of the goals behind launching this channel was to build my own yokai encyclopedia. Today, I've compiled and refined the yokai and urban legend videos I've created in the past to bring you this special compilation. I'm Mr. Yao, and welcome to the Legend Yokai channel. Here, I share famous yokai and urban legends. I'm also working on content related to Journey to the West. This encyclopedia project will continue to grow, so if you're a fan of these topics, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more. In the story of Haki Yagyo, there is a yokai named AMEONNA, or known as the Rain Woman. Whenever rain falls, she appears in the form of a beautiful woman in desolate places. When a man, carrying an umbrella, sees her and invites her to share the umbrella, the Rain Woman kindly agrees and follows the man back home. If a man desires the beauty of the Rain Woman, he will regret it for a lifetime after engaging with her. This is because the Rain Woman will forever cling to that man. However, the man will discover that he cannot endure the heavy dampness emanating from the Rain Woman. No matter how hard he tries to escape, it seems that the Rain Woman closely follows, and the dampness envelopes his body. As time passes, the man gradually feels that living in such a damp environment becomes difficult. Ordinary people find it challenging to resist such intense humidity. The man eventually perished, his demise akin to drowning. The Rain Woman silently watches over the man's life coming to an end. However, if at that time the man had no improper thoughts towards the Rain Woman and simply invited her to share the umbrella out of sympathy for her being caught in the rain, the Rain Woman would not only refrain from harming him, but might even fulfill one of his wishes. Whichever ending it may be, please refrain from attempting to find a beautiful woman without an umbrella on a rainy day. DODOMEKI are infamous as cursed women with abnormally long arms adorned with countless tiny bird eyes. Legend has it that they were once human girls who developed a habit of stealing money. As punishment for their wicked deeds, hundreds of tiny bird eyeballs sprouted from their arms, transforming them into yokai. The elongated arms of a DODOMEKI symbolize the Japanese belief that individuals with long arms are inclined to steal. The bird eyes that cover the DODOMEKI's arms are reminiscent of the Japanese dosen, a copper coin with a hole in the center commonly referred to as kamoku or bird eyes. It's said that a DODOMEKI is considered to have stolen nearly 100 times, and the presence of 100 bird eyes on her body serves as proof of this. Legend has it that there was a nobleman named Hidesato who had recently been appointed as the Kakushi of Shimitsuke province for his bravery in quelling a rebellion. One day, while hunting in his newly acquired countryside, Hidesato was approached by an old man who warned him of sightings of a yokai at the horse graveyard. Taking heed of the warning, Hidesato armed himself with his bow and arrow and set out to investigate. Upon reaching the horse graveyard and waiting until nightfall, Hidesato encountered an enormous yokai devouring horse carcasses voraciously. This yokai stood over 10 feet tall, possessed sharp, spiked hair, and was covered in glowing eyes all over its body, the DODOMEKI. With precision, Hidesato aimed his arrow at the brightest glowing eyeball and let it fly. The arrow struck its target, causing the DODOMEKI to roar in agony before fleeing into the woods, ultimately collapsing at the foot of the mountain. The battle was far from over as DODOMEKI, near fatally wounded, transformed into the form of a woman, emitting fierce flames from her body. The intense heat proved overwhelming for Ide-Sato, forcing him to abandon his pursuit of Dodomeki. When Ide-Sato returned the next day, he found the ground blackened and scorched over a large area, but there was no trace of Dodomeki. 400 years later, during the Muromachi period, Dodomeki resurfaced. A village had emerged on the northern slope of Mount Myojin, where peculiar occurrences had begun unfolding. The head priest of the temple suffered mysterious injuries, and unexplained fires erupted within the temple's confines. Seeking answers, the villagers summoned a new head priest renowned for his virtue and holiness, Saint Chitoku, to uncover the cause of these strange phenomena. Saint Chitoku noticed a young woman who frequently visited the temple during his sermons and suspected her to be the Dodomeki in disguise. He learned that the demon, gravely wounded, had sought refuge in nearby caves to heal. There, it transformed into a young woman and visited the site where it fell, gradually collecting the blood it had shed during the battle with Ide-Sato. The village temple had been erected atop this battleground, and the Dodomeki instigated fires and attacked the priest to intimidate the villagers. One fateful day, Saint Chitoku confronted the demon in its disguised form, and it finally revealed its true identity as a Dodomeki. However, instead of attacking him, the Dodomeki confessed that while frequenting the temple, she had been deeply moved by Chitoku's powerful sermons, which had left a profound impact on her. In the end, under Chitoku's guidance, the Dodomeki renounced its demonic ways and attained enlightenment. As a result, there is a famous road known as the Dodomeki Pass on the western side of Mount Myojin in Utsunomiya City, and many place names in the area are associated with the Dodomeki legend. The FUTAKUCHI-ONNA, a yokai featured in Japanese folklore, is depicted as a woman with two mouths. In addition to the regular mouth, the second mouth is said to be located either on the top of the head or near the back of the neck according to various legends. The second mouth is larger than the normal one and can consume several times the amount of food. According to the Haki-Yagyo, any woman who is promiscuous, engages in inappropriate behavior such as urinating or defecating in public, commits adultery behind her husband's back, engages in lewd or immoral conduct, or even kills her own young children, may become possessed by the FUTAKUCHI-ONNA. Once possessed, an additional mouth will grow on the back of the neck of the woman, which constantly demands food. Eventually, the possessed individual may be eaten to death by the yokai, making it a highly dangerous creature. During normal times, the second mouth of the woman is concealed by her hair. However, when no one is nearby and there is food in front of her, the second mouth of the woman will use her hair as tentacles to grab and consume the food. Even more terrifying is the belief that the second mouth of the woman can also use her hair to capture small animals such as cats, dogs, and mice and devour them, with the ultimate goal of eating the host until she is stuffed to death. One of the most famous versions of the FUTAKUCHI-ONNA legend originates from Fukushima Prefecture. The story unfolds in a small rural village where a stingy miser lived. Unable to bear the expense of feeding a family, the miser lived alone. One day, the miser encountered a woman who never seemed to eat anything, and he promptly decided to marry her. He was delighted with her, believing she was a diligent worker who never needed food. However, his rice supplies began mysteriously dwindling, despite never seeing his wife eat. Determined to uncover the truth, the miser pretended to leave for work one day but secretly spied on his wife. To his horror, he witnessed her untie her hair, revealing a second mouth on the back of her head with grotesque lips and teeth. Her hair extended like tentacles, scooping rice balls into the second mouth, which emitted vulgar, raspy sounds of pleasure. Appalled, the miser resolved to divorce his wife immediately. She discovered his intentions and trapped him in a bathtub, carrying him off into the mountains. Fortunately, the miser managed to escape and hid in a heavily scented lily marsh where the FUTAKUCHI-ONNA couldn't find him. In the Edo period collection of strange tales, Ihon-haku Monogatari, there's an alternate interpretation of the FUTAKUCHI-ONNA legend. In the region known as Shimizu, present-day Chiba Prefecture, there lived a man who remarried after his wife passed away, and they had a daughter together. His second wife began to mistreat the daughter from his previous marriage, depriving her of food until she starved to death. 49 days after the girl's death, while the man was chopping wood, he accidentally injured the back of his second wife's head. Though it bled profusely, it did not endanger her life. After the wound healed, it formed into the shape of a human mouth, with parts of her skull protruding to resemble teeth, and some of the flesh on her head transforming into a tongue. This wound throbbed with pain constantly, and feeding the mouth was the only way to alleviate the agony. As the mouth's appetite grew, if the woman didn't feed it, the mouth would control her hair like tentacles to feed itself. Eventually, the woman was consumed to death by the mouth, which uttered a single sentence upon her demise: "This is retribution for killing the daughter of my former wife." The folktale of the FUTAKUCHI-ONNA serves as a cautionary tale for miserly and abusive husbands. And the story of a man withholding food from his wife to save resources is often recounted by elders as a cautionary tale or even a humorous anecdote for children. Rokurokubi is a type of long-necked yokai that gained widespread popularity during Japan's Edo period. Typically depicted as female, these supernatural beings possess the unique ability to extend and retract their necks at will. By day, Rokurokubi appear as ordinary women. However, when night falls, their bodies remain dormant while their necks stretch to extraordinary lengths, allowing them to roam freely. During these nocturnal excursions, their heads may engage in various activities, such as attacking small animals, using their long tongues to lick up lamp oil, or simply causing mischief by frightening nearby individuals. Beginning in the Edo period, stories emerged depicting instances where people's necks would elongate while they were asleep. Examples of these tales include works such as Buyazakuta, Karnden Kohitsu, and Yasokidarn. An ancient tale originating from Tatami province recounts the story of a monk who ran away with a young woman named Ayatsu. During their journey, Ayatsu fell ill. Faced with the dilemma of using up all their travel funds for her treatment, the monk resorted to a heinous act. He murdered Ayatsu and stole the remaining money. During his journey, the malevolent monk lodged at an inn run by a man with a beautiful daughter. Engaging in immoral behavior, the monk shared a bed with the innkeeper's daughter. However, in the midst of the night, a supernatural event unfolded. Her neck elongated, and her visage transformed into that of Ayatsu. Accusing him vehemently, she revealed his crime of murdering her. The following morning, consumed by remorse for his wicked deeds, the monk confessed the murder of Ayatsu to the innkeeper. He also disclosed the eerie occurrence he had witnessed the night before. The innkeeper, confronted by the confessions, admitted to his own heinous act, murdering his wife for her wealth. He utilized the ill-gotten gains to establish his inn, and as a retribution for his crime, his own daughter underwent a transformation into a Rokurokubi. Subsequently, the repentant monk returned to his temple, constructed a grave for Ayatsu, and diligently prayed for her soul each day. The fate of the innkeeper's daughter, however, remains undisclosed in the tale. Due to the frequent separation of the head and body in the long-necked yokai, there was a peculiar custom during the Edo period. Women who were observed with red thread entwined around their necks were associated with an unwritten taboo. The prevailing belief was that men should absolutely refrain from marrying a woman with a red-threaded neck. This cautionary practice likely stemmed from the fear that a bride adorned with such red thread might be the incarnation of a long-necked yokai. In ancient times, people classified long-necked yokai into two types: those whose necks elongated at night, and those whose heads detached from their bodies, flying to different locations and returning by morning. The ROKUROKUBI mentioned earlier falls into the first category, being a long-necked yokai with the ability to extend and retract its neck at will. The second type of long-necked yokai is characterized by the entire head separating from the body, flying to various places, and returning in the morning. This variant is known as Nekomata, or more commonly referred to as HITOUBAN. Both share the commonality of leading seemingly ordinary lives during the day but transforming into yokai at night. Some individuals are unaware that they are long-necked yokai and, therefore, are unconsciously compelled by some external force. Although they appear no different from ordinary people during the day, their true yokai nature only reveals itself after nightfall, once everyone has entered the realm of dreams. Initially, their necks suddenly elongate, followed by a complete separation of the head from the neck and body. During this phase, the head and body reconnect, and upon waking, they move about like regular individuals. Often, the person has no recollection of what transpired or what they witnessed during their yokai form, adding an element of intrigue to their nocturnal activities. Compared to ROKUROKUBI, HITOUBAN is considered a rather terrifying yokai. Legend has it that HITOUBAN is a long-necked yokai capable of roaming freely with its own thoughts, and it has a gruesome habit of sucking human blood, ultimately killing its victims. At times, these creatures even gather in groups of 5, engaging in collective and, one might say, quite frightening actions. Inside the classic of mountains and seas, a renowned collection of strange tales from China's Jin dynasty, the entity known as Luotushi corresponds to HITOUBAN. Similar yokai legends, such as Palasic, Kuyang, Layak in Indonesia, Penanggalan in Malaysia, and Kraju in Thailand, are believed to have originated from the HITOUBAN urban legend. A well-known tale from Ichizen province recounts the unfortunate story of a young woman plagued by the curse of the HITOUBAN. At night, her head would detach from her body and roam the capital city, relentlessly pursuing young men through the streets and all the way back to their homes. When locked out, the disembodied head would scratch and bite at their doors and gates, leaving deep gashes in the wood. Upon discovering the nature of her curse, the young woman was overcome with shame. She decided to seek a divorce from her husband, and as an act of repentance, she ritually cut off all of her hair. Consumed by the belief that it was preferable to die than to live the remainder of her life as a monstrous being, she tragically took her own life. In a tale originating from Hitachi, a man married to a HITOUBAN learned from a peddler that the curse could be lifted by consuming the liver of a white-haired dog. Since he owned such a dog, he killed it and fed its liver to his wife. Miraculously, she was cured of the affliction. Unfortunately, the curse persisted and passed on to her daughter, whose detached head took to fatally biting white dogs. Alternative accounts propose a different solution by relocating the sleeping body to a secure place during the night. The head is unable to return, eventually leading to its demise. However, this remedy is not one that most families are willing to attempt. TOFU-KOZO is a yokai of Japan that appears in the form of a child carrying a tray of tofu. They are small creatures resembling human children, but with oversized heads, clawed fingers, and toes. They typically wear traditional boys' kimonos and wide-brimmed hats. TOFU-KOZO are timid and feeble yokai, and they rarely exhibit aggression towards humans. Occasionally, on rainy nights, a TOFU-KOZO may follow a human home, but they usually avoid confrontation. TOFU-KOZO primarily serve as subordinate yokai. Even among other yokai, they are often bullied and ridiculed for their lack of strength. They receive little respect from their peers and often serve as mere menial servants to more powerful yokai. But is this the full extent of Tofu-KOZO's nature? Legend has it that if someone walks alone on a rainy night, they might encounter Tofu-KOZO. Contrary to popular belief, Tofu-KOZO isn't necessarily shy. Instead of avoiding people, he might offer a plate of delicious tofu to the passerby. Should the person accept Tofu-KOZO's tofu, they'll find that halfway through eating it, the tofu starts to mold. Eventually, the person's entire body will begin to mold, leading to death due to food poisoning. But why does Tofu-KOZO, a seemingly harmless yokai, possess such deadly power? It all goes back to his father. In Bakemono Shiuchi Hyobun Ki by Koikawa Haramachi, during the Enei era, Tofu-KOZO's father is specified to be the infamous yokai Mikashi Nudo, and his mother is specified to be the yokai ROKUROKUBI. Regarding the yokai legend of ROKUROKUBI, you can check out my previous video where I introduced and shared stories about it. Mikashi Nudo, on the other hand, is a formidable yokai capable of manipulating its body size. Moreover, it's known for its extreme cruelty, as it would hover above and bite off the heads of passers-by. With such powerful yokai parents, Tofu-KOZO might not be as harmless as he appears. It's not difficult to understand why he would harm humans. As previously mentioned, Tofu-KOZO was often depicted as a servant, but there were earlier yokai servants such as HITOTSUME-KOZO, Tanuki, and KAPPA. Since HITOTSUME-KOZO and KAPPA have been associated with tofu, there's a theory suggesting a connection between these yokai and Tofu-KOZO, as well as a theory proposing that Tofu-KOZO was inspired by these yokai. HITOTSUME-KOZO is a well-known yokai across Japan, characterized by its childlike appearance and mischievous nature. These beings resemble tiny Buddhist monks, sporting shaved heads and robes, with a distinctive feature being their single, enormous eye and long red tongues. While HITOTSUME-KOZO typically do not cause harm, their most notable trait is their tendency to suddenly appear and startle people on dark streets. It seems they derive enjoyment from surprising unsuspecting passers-by. Their behavior can be likened to that of the Kasobake, another yokai known for its mischievous antics. Due to their non-malicious nature, HITOTSUME-KOZO are often depicted in pictures with a cute or humorous design, reflecting their harmless demeanor. An anecdote from Fukushima Prefecture recounts an encounter with a young lady walking the streets at night. A little boy approached her from behind, offering money. Delighted, she turned to face him, only to discover that he was a HITOTSUME-KOZO. Instead of bearing riches, he wore a mischievous grin, his single eye fixated on her so intensely that she fainted in shock on the spot. Apart from their mischievous pranks, HITOTSUME-KOZO have a significant responsibility. In eastern Japan, it's believed that every year on December 8th, HITOTSUME-KOZO traverse the land, meticulously noting down in ledgers the households that have behaved poorly throughout the year. They utilize this information to determine the fate of each family for the upcoming year. These reports are then delivered to the Yokai, the god of pestilence and bad luck, who administers appropriate misfortunes upon those deemed deserving. However, HITOTSUME-KOZO entrusts their ledgers to the guardian deity of travel for safekeeping until February 8th. In a ceremony held in mid-January, local villagers traditionally burn down and reconstruct the roadside shrines of this deity, hoping that the flames will also incinerate the HITOTSUME-KOZO ledgers before they are retrieved, thus averting disaster for the year. Have you ever wondered what HITOTSUME-KOZO would grow up to become? According to records from the Edo period in Japan, there exists a yokai resembling a monk, adorned with a straw hat and possessing only one eye. Like HITOTSUME-KOZO, this yokai carries a ledger hanging from its chest. However, instead of appearing as a child, it takes on an adult form. This leads people to believe that this monk-like yokai is the grown-up version of HITOTSUME-KOZO. Compared to the mischievous antics of HITOTSUME-KOZO, this matured version is much more malevolent. It takes pleasure in observing humans perish in agony from up close, using its ledger as a tool to inflict suffering. It is said that by writing the name of the person you hate the most in HITOTSUME-KOZO's ledger, the Book of Death Grudges, that individual will inexplicably suffer for 3 days and nights, ultimately perishing in despair. HITOTSUME-KOZO then watches the person's agony up close before their demise, deriving immense satisfaction from it. The Book of Death Grudges only takes effect when someone writes the name of the person they hate. If HITOTSUME-KOZO were to write a name in the ledger, it would have no effect. However, since people typically don't harbor so much hatred towards each other, HITOTSUME-KOZO resorts to manipulation and deceit to incite animosity in individuals towards others. The ultimate goal is to induce unwarranted hatred towards someone, prompting them to write that person's name in the Book of Death Grudges. This serves HITOTSUME-KOZO's purpose of observing others' suffering, making it a scammer of the yokai realms. If someone's name is unfortunately written in the Book of Death Grudges, the only way to break the curse is for the person who wrote the name to personally tear it out within 3 days. However, the person who wrote the name will then suffer in the victim's place. For HITOTSUME-KOZO, it doesn't matter who dies, as long as they derive pleasure from it. Thus, the moment HITOTSUME-KOZO persuades someone to write a name, its objective is achieved. Whether it's TOFU-KOZO or HITOTSUME-KOZO, these seemingly weak yokai should not be underestimated, as we often don't know how powerful they can become as they grow older. Do you know that most of the yokai appearing in the form of beautiful women harbor intense resentment towards men? Among them, JOROGUMO, also known as the lady spider, is a yokai that originates from a spider transforming into a human-like figure, seducing men with its beautiful female appearance. In the end, the seduced men fall victim to her, as she consumes them, making her an extremely dangerous yokai. In feudal Japan during the Kamakura period, there was a lord's wife renowned for her beauty. However, her cunning nature and promiscuous behavior were equally well known. Unwilling to be confined to just one man, she frequently engaged in extramarital affairs behind her husband's back. One day, the lord personally caught his wife in the act of infidelity. Fueled by anger, he threw her into a box filled with poisonous spiders. The lord coldly witnessed his wife being bitten to death by the venomous spiders. The vengeful spirit of the lord's wife merged with the venom of the spiders, transforming into a fearsome lady spider filled with hatred towards men. The lady spider often roams the forest, luring lost men with her captivating beauty. Fearful of flames, she avoids getting close when a man wields a torch. The lady spider entwines herself with the man she seduces, enjoying moments of pleasure. However, this happiness only lasts until the third night. Driven by hunger, the lady spider transforms into a giant spider, wrapping the man in silk, ultimately claiming his head and consuming his brain. Much like a black widow devouring the male spider she mates with. Sometimes, love affair may not be a blessing. It might even cost you your life. In the 90s, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were beloved cartoon heroes for countless fans and have since become a significant symbol of global pop culture. But if they had appeared in ancient Japan, they might not have been seen as heroes. Their appearance closely resembles a legendary yokai from Japanese folklore, the KAPPA. The Kappa is one of the most well-known yokai in Japan. It is commonly depicted as child-sized, with a distinctive smooth, circular area on its head called a dish. This dish must be kept wet at all times, as it is the source of the Kappa's vitality. When it is filled with water, the Kappa is energetic, but if it dries out, the creature becomes weak and can even die. Kappa have hairless, green bodies, a sharp, beak-like mouth, and a turtle-like shell on their backs. They also have webbed fingers and toes, making them well-suited for life in the water. Because of these features, they share a surprising number of similarities with modern depictions of the Ninja Turtles. Additionally, Kappa are known for having a fishy smell, and their appearance is sometimes described as resembling a monkey or an otter. The origin of the Kappa can generally be divided into two regional theories: Western Japan and Eastern Japan. In Western Japan, Kappa are believed to have evolved from the Chinese river deity belief known as Herpo. In Eastern Japan, various legends explain their origin differently. Some say Kappa were Shikigami of Ibe no Seimei, protective child deities of NURE-ONNA, or dolls created by Hidari Jingoro to assist in his work that later transformed into living beings. An interesting feature often attributed to Kappa is that their arms are connected inside their bodies. It is said that if one arm is pulled off, the other will be removed as well, a characteristic thought to be linked to their possible origin as dolls. Ibe no Seimei, NURE-ONNA, and Hidari Jingoro are all renowned figures in Japanese history, and their association with the Kappa has helped these legends endure over time. Since the Edo period, the Kappa's image has evolved through popular media, solidifying the modern portrayal we know today, which differs significantly from the Kappa of traditional oral folklore. In its earliest depictions, the Kappa was a terrifying yokai that lived in rivers and ponds, known for dragging swimmers or lone passers-by into the water to drown them. It would then devour their internal organs and the shirikodama, a mythical organ said to be located inside the anus in Japanese folklore. The Kappa's danger wasn't limited to drowning. It was also said to assault women bathing alone by the river, impregnating them with its offspring. Furthermore, it could drive people mad or make them ill, causing great harm to humans. According to legend, Kappa have two notable preferences: sumo wrestling and cucumbers. If you encounter a Kappa and it tries to pull you into the water, offering it a cucumber might save you. If you don't have one, you can challenge it to a sumo match. However, Kappa are formidable wrestlers, and losing means you'll likely still be dragged into the water or suffer madness or illness. Therefore, the best strategy is to avoid swimming alone in rivers altogether. There are countless legends about Kappa, so many that it's hard to distinguish fact from fiction. However, a few stories stand out, one of which is the tale of the Kappa's written oath. It is said that in Hararabun village, near the Onogarwa River, there lived a highly skilled swordsman named Yoshida Bunzamer. One evening, while returning from a hunting trip, Bunzamer hurried across the river on stepping stones as dusk fell. As he reached the middle of the river, something glittering caught his eye at the riverbed, a golden cup. Delighted by his apparent good fortune, he bent down to pick it up, but something fell off. A golden cup lying here is too strange. This must be a trick by a Kappa, he thought. Without hesitation, Bunzamer drew his sword and slashed at the cup. A sharp cry echoed through the air as the cup transformed into a towering Kappa, which fled into the river, bleeding, with one arm severed. Bunzamer took the Kappa's severed arm home. That night, a fierce wind howled, carrying with it a mournful voice crying, Return my arm! Return my arm! Every night, the haunting cries continued. Moved by pity, Bunzaemon eventually summoned the Kappa to his home. He made the Kappa swear never to harm anyone again and to put the promise in writing. Only then did he return its arm. The Kappa's written oath was engraved on a rock by the river, where it remained as a lasting testament. From that day on, no child drowned in the Onogarawa River, and the Kappa never again troubled the villagers. The people attributed this peace to Bunzaemon's courage and wisdom. Though many people have searched for traces of the Kappa, with some even offering rewards for authentic footage, what can be found online today is mostly fabricated. It is said that 2 Kappa mummies are currently preserved in Japan. Most discoveries of Kappa mummies are concentrated in Kyushu, with the most famous being the one held by the Matsuura Brewery in Imari, Saga Prefecture. Measuring about 40 centimeters in length, it matches the description of Kappa given by Yanagita Kunio, resembling a monkey with a dish-like indentation on its head and a monstrous appearance. However, TV investigation suggests that this specimen is likely a fabrication. Another Kappa mummy is reportedly kept at Zuryuji Temple in Osaka, but the temple has refused all outside interviews regarding the specimen. Whether the legends of the Kappa are true or not, in ancient times, families living near rivers often attributed drowning incidents to the Kappa. However, the real lesson lies in paying closer attention to loved ones. By being more vigilant, children are less likely to slip away unnoticed to play by the river, preventing such tragedies from occurring. Kitsune, or the fox, is regarded as a spirit or yokai in several cultures, but it holds a particularly intimate place in the culture and faith of the Japanese people. In Japanese folklore, kitsune are foxes that possess paranormal abilities that increase as they grow older and wiser. According to legend, kitsune can bewitch people, similar to the tanuki. They have the ability to shapeshift into human or other forms and can trick or deceive human beings. In ancient Japan, foxes and humans lived closely together, giving rise to numerous legends about these creatures. The earliest relationship between the Japanese people and foxes dates back to the Jomon period, when necklaces were made by piercing the canine teeth and jawbones of foxes. Kitsune have become closely associated with Inari, a Shinto spirit, serving as its messengers. This role has reinforced the fox's supernatural significance. The origin of the association between foxes and rice in Japanese culture is deeply rooted in these ancient connections. During rice cultivation, damage from mice and voles often occurred. From the start of rice farming until the Edo period, the Japanese noticed that foxes were natural enemies of mice and discovered that fox urine had a repellent effect on them. Because the rice growth cycle coincided with the frequency of fox appearances, foxes were considered sacred in folk beliefs. Consequently, they built shrines near rice fields and fed foxes with fried foods to maintain this repellent effect. The legend of the fox as a spiritual creature dates back to ancient times, with tales recorded as early as the Heian period in the Nihon Ryoki. In one such story, a man from Ono district in Mino province encounters a beautiful woman in the wilderness. They marry and have children, but the woman, revealed to be a wild fox, returns to the wild after a dog discovers her true identity. Undeterred, the man addresses the fox, saying, "Have you forgotten our bond? We have children together. Come, let us sleep." It is said that the man named the woman Kitsune based on this encounter. although some interpretations suggest this was merely wordplay rather than an actual name. Most tales of kitsune involve wild foxes punishing wicked priests, greedy merchants, and boastful drunkards by creating phantom sounds and sights, stealing from them, or publicly humiliating them. Kitsune are highly intelligent and powerful shapeshifters. They frequently harass humans by transforming into giants or other fearsome monsters, sometimes for pranks and sometimes for more sinister purposes. They can transform into exact likenesses of individuals, often appearing as beautiful women to deceive young men. They even go so far as to disrupt marriages, replacing the original wife. Kitsune even spend most of their time living in human form, adopting human names and customs, engaging in human jobs, and even raising families. When startled, intoxicated, or careless, their disguises may fail, and the kitsune true nature may be revealed through a tail, a patch of fur, fangs, or other distinctive fox features. In Chinese kitsune legends, foxes can transform into women after 50 years of cultivation, become beauties after 100 years, and ascend to immortality after 1,000 years. Their tails can store spiritual energy, and when enough energy is absorbed, the tail splits in two. If it splits into 9 tails, they gain immortality. After reaching 1,000 years of age and gaining its 9th tail, a kitsune turns white or golden, becoming a tenko or celestial fox, the most powerful form of the kitsune, and then ascends to the heavens. From the spring and autumn period to the Han Dynasty in China, foxes were considered auspicious creatures. But by the Tang Dynasty, they gradually transformed into kitsune capable of enchanting humans. In Chinese, there's a special term used to refer to women who seduce men, known as hulijing, perhaps related to the legends of kitsune enchanting humans. Kitsunebi is an atmospheric ghost light found in legends throughout Japan, excluding Okinawa Prefecture. It appears as a cluster of floating orbs of light, often shining as brightly as lanterns and usually in shades of red or orange. Kitsunebi only appear at night, manifesting as a long chain of glowing orbs stretching hundreds or even thousands of meters, reminiscent of lanterns carried by unseen bearers. Often, the kitsune responsible for these fireballs stand invisibly next to the flames. These kitsunebi are created by foxes, who breathe out balls of fire to illuminate their paths in the darkness. Their presence typically indicates the proximity of a large number of kitsune, often heralding yokai gatherings such as the Monster Parade, Haki-Yagyo, yokai wedding ceremonies, and other processions or meetings. While kitsunebi themselves aren't inherently dangerous to humans, the wild foxes manipulating these mysterious lights could pose a threat. Occasionally, kitsunebi are employed to deceive humans, leading them astray from their paths at night as a mischievous prank. In more sinister scenarios, they serve as a lure to draw curious humans into the darkness, where they may encounter a group of hungry yokai. Following kitsunebi is never advisable. They only lead people to places they shouldn't venture. In reality, foxes are known to be incredibly loyal to their mates, often remaining faithful even after the death of a partner without seeking new companionship. Ironically, in the myths and legends passed down in China and Japan, foxes are portrayed as seductive beings. Nevertheless, we should not judge a person's behavior solely based on appearance. Someone may seem fierce on the outside, but could have a kind heart within. Did you know that in the popular Japanese anime Yokai Watch, there's an adorable cat yokai named Jabarnian? But you might not know that his real-life counterpart isn't as cute. Although they both have two tails, cat yokai are typically older than 10 years. So they wouldn't look as cute as Jabarnian in Yokai Watch. NEKOMATA, commonly known as cat yokai, are legendary creatures from Japanese folklore, often appearing in folk tales and ghost stories. There are typically two types of NEKOMATA. One originates from wild cats living in the mountains, while the other comes from elderly domestic cats. NEKOMATA have large, pointed ears, double-edged serrated teeth, and can walk upright. Their most distinctive feature is their two tails. According to legend, the longer a cat's tail, the wiser it becomes. As a cat reaches a certain age, its wisdom increases and eventually, its tail splits into two, signifying it has transformed into a yokai. NEKOMATA first appeared in the Nihon Ryoiki, specifically in the Haki Yagyo under the In volume. They are considered highly spiritual yokai and are believed to be one of the most realistic yokai by Japanese folklore. Initially, NEKOMATA could transform into an old woman to deceive passing travelers. At first, they merely wanted to play tricks on people. But upon discovering that humans could sustain their lives, NEKOMATA began to hunt and consume humans. Because many elderly people, whose children are not around, like to keep cats and dogs as companions, legends particularly mention that NEKOMATA might harm their elderly owners and use their yokai powers to manipulate corpses like puppets. NEKOMATA spend a lot of spiritual energy to transform and cast spells, so they need a substantial amount of spiritual energy and nutrients, which humans can provide. NEKOMATA, transformed into an old woman, preys on lost travelers in the forest, then takes on the appearance of the victim to deceive the next person. When NEKOMATA accumulate enough spiritual energy, they can transform into a beautiful woman, irresistibly luring men and increasing the number of victims. It is said that in the Kamakura period essay collection Tsuruzuregusa, there is a record of a creature called NEKOMATA in the deep mountains, which is terrifying and eats people. At that time, a certain village was attacked by a yokai living in the forest, making the villagers afraid to go out. Eventually, they organized a hunting team to kill the monster. After sacrificing countless villagers, they successfully defeated the monster and discovered that it was a giant cat with two tails, the size of a dog. The term mata in NEKOMATA originates from the bifurcation of the tail into two parts, also meaning duplication. As cats age, they change shape. And one theory suggests the name comes from the skin of old cats peeling and hanging down, creating the appearance of additional or split tails. The stronger a NEKOMATA's yokai power, the more pronounced the tail bifurcation. In dim light, the back of a NEKOMATA may glow. The ultimate NEKOMATA is a pure two-tailed cat. Encountering one is not a good omen. They are extremely ferocious, using tiger-like teeth to tear apart and devour other mountain yokai, as well as harming humans and livestock. So the best way to deal with a two-tailed cat is to stay away from it. NEKOMATA are not only ferocious and man-eating yokai, but also possess a terrifying ability to cause corpses to reanimate. Hence, the ancient admonition to keep cats away from graves. Both Chinese and Japanese folklore tell of corpses or graves being reanimated after being touched by a cat. This belief persists today, possibly stemming from the tradition in Chinese culture to watch over the deceased for 3 days. If unfilial descendants neglect this duty, leaving the coffin unattended and allowing cats to jump on it, the deceased may reanimate to reprimand their neglectful offspring. This may be the origin of the legend of NEKOMATA causing corpse reanimation, or it could be a cautionary tale from elders to ensure proper care of parents. Due to some superstitions linking cats with the dead and the fact that cats are carnivorous animals sensitive to the smell of decay, there are beliefs that associate cats with corpses. Therefore, NEKOMATA are sometimes considered the same as the Yokai kasha, which steals corpses. Additionally, NEKOMATA are often confused with another cat-like yokai, bakaneko. The distinction between them is often ambiguous. But the largest difference is that the NEKOMATA has two tails, while the bakaneko has only one. Kasha and bakaneko both have fascinating stories to tell, so I will create videos about them in the future. Remember to subscribe to my channel and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss my future videos. Thank you. Although NEKOMATA are not listed among the 3 great yokai of Japan, their influence on Japanese culture is extensive and profound. There are many interesting anecdotes about NEKOMATA, such as the existence of a dedicated NEKOMATA alliance. Their research on NEKOMATA is astonishingly deep, and their base includes the famous Japanese tourist destination NEKOMATA Mountain, located in NEKOMATA Valley, near the famous Kintaro Onsen. Cats are undoubtedly the preferred pet for most people, but it's wise to be cautious when choosing a cat. If you end up with a two-tailed cat, the next time your friend visits, the one greeting them might not be you. The NURE-ONNA, or known as Drenched Maiden, is a yokai that is said to haunt coastal areas. It is believed to be the transformed spirit of a woman who drowned at sea. With a serpent-like lower body and an upper body resembling a beautiful woman with waist-length white hair, she lures men and devours them as if they were her prey. Drenched Maiden possesses an extraordinarily long serpent tail, reportedly reaching a length of approximately 330 meters. On certain nights, she perches on coastal rocks, revealing only the upper portion of her female form. Seductively combing her windblown long hair, she waits. Should someone be captivated by her allure and approach her with conversation, she swiftly unleashes her hidden serpent tail submerged in water, entwining and ensnaring her unsuspecting prey. She reveals her monstrous visage, splitting open a gaping maw and emitting an ear-piercing shriek that could almost rupture eardrums. From her mouth, she releases a forked, serpent-like tongue. In one breath, she drains the entire body of her victim's blood and ultimately drags the unfortunate soul into the depths of the sea. Drenched Maiden preys upon individuals, regardless of gender, and anyone who approaches her alone is destined to become her food. Local residents in Kagoshima Prefecture widely believe that encountering Drenched Maiden leads to severe illness, so the local fishermen avoid going out to sea on the evenings of Obon Festival, New Year's Eve, and July 18th. According to legend, it is said that Drenched Maiden has a fear of soft-shelled turtles. When individuals venture alone near the seaside at night, they can carry soft-shelled turtles to ward off Drenched Maiden. However, the best approach is to avoid getting close to a wet, upper-bodied, beautiful woman combing her long hair by the seaside at night. Remember, lust is a double-edged sword. Oni are among the most iconic figures in Japanese folklore. Towering above even the tallest humans, and sometimes as tall as trees. Oni are fearsome creatures that command both awe and fear. They come in various forms but are commonly depicted with wild, untamed hair, 2 or more horns, and tusk-like fangs. Their skin is often vibrant in color, ranging from red and blue to black and yellow. Oni are typically shown wearing tiger pelt loincloths and carrying massive iron kanabo clubs. Oni have the ability to shapeshift, enabling them to trick their victims by appearing trustworthy. While they can be male or female, Oni have predominantly been portrayed as male throughout history. In disguise, they are capable of taking on the form of either a man or a woman, regardless of their actual gender, making them even more cunning and dangerous. During the Heian period, Oni were often depicted as terrifying monsters that devoured humans. A prominent portrayal of Oni is their ability to consume people in a single bite, a concept known as Oni HITOKUCHI. Oni are carnivorous, with humans being one of their favorite foods. If an Oni targets someone, it will first try to approach in the form of a handsome man or beautiful woman. If that fails, the Oni will transform into a relative or friend of the target to get closer. Oni are particularly persistent when it comes to their prey. They will not give up until they have eaten their victim. As one of the most frightening yokai in Japan, Oni are feared for their relentless nature and insatiable hunger. The Izumo no Kuni Fudoki and Nihon Shoki are the earliest written records that describe Oni as entities, rather than as spirits of the dead. During the Heian period, according to the practices of Onmyodo, it was believed that if someone ventured out on a night travel day, they would be attacked by a demon army called the Haki. Many aristocrats would carefully avoid these days for their travels. In the Fuso Ryaki, there is a record of a night in April 929 when demon footprints were discovered in the palace. The footprints were said to be the size of 2 or 3 hooves. This record reflects the belief at the time that Oni footprints were typically described as having 2 or 3 toes. The Nihon Shoki also mentions that even rumors about the appearance of Oni, though unverified, had to be reported to the imperial court and officially recorded in historical texts. This highlights how terrifying the presence of Oni was considered to be. One of the most famous legends involving Oni is the tale of Shutendoji, who is regarded as one of Japan's 3 greatest yokai. Shutendoji is the most renowned Oni, and another well-known story featuring Oni is the beloved Japanese folktale, the Momotaro legend. The Momotaro legend is about an elderly couple who find a giant peach, and inside, they discover a baby boy, whom they name Momotaro. As he grows, Momotaro learns of Oni terrorizing nearby villages. Determined to stop them, he sets out on a journey, bringing millet dumplings prepared by his adoptive parents. Along the way, Momotaro befriends a dog, a monkey, and a pheasant by sharing his dumplings. They join him, and together, they reach the Oni's island. Using teamwork and their unique skills, they defeat the Oni, who surrender and return the treasures they had stolen. Returning home as heroes, Momotaro and his companions are celebrated for their bravery and unity. There's a type of fish called the anglerfish, which uses the glowing lantern on its head to lure other fish close before swallowing them whole. Similarly, when it comes to the Oni's Oni HITOKUCHI, the ability to consume people in a single bite, as I mentioned earlier, there's another chilling legend about how they hunt. It is said that Oni often lie silently in wait at night, hunting their prey in secluded places, typically on desolate bridges. To attract victims, an Oni creates the illusion of a beautiful woman's or a handsome man's head near its mouth. As unsuspecting passersby hear the head crying for help, They are drawn in by its beauty or charm. But as they approach, the Oni strikes, devouring them in one bite. February 3rd is a Japanese festival called Setsubun. During Setsubun, people not only eat ihomaki, a type of sushi roll to wish for good fortune, but also perform an exorcism ritual to drive away the misfortunes of the past year and pray for a prosperous year ahead. In this exorcism ritual, the Oni are the ones being driven out. Whether in temples or homes, people will dress up as Oni, and then temple staff or children will throw beans at the Oni. This is the famous exorcism ritual of Setsubun, Oni wa Soto, Fuku wa Uchi, meaning out with the Oni, and with the good fortune. In 2018, an internet urban legend known as the Momo Challenge swept across the globe, causing widespread panic. The challenge featured a terrifying female face with a bird-like body, spreading through social media, luring people into dangerous behavior. This visually shocking figure quickly grabbed public attention, leaving many parents and teenagers trapped in fear and anxiety. The challenge was not only widely reported by major news outlets, but was also seen as an online threat, even prompting official warnings and investigations in some areas. Although it was ultimately dismissed as misinformation spread by a few individuals, Momo's eerie smile and unsettling appearance left a lasting impression on people, making it one of the most talked about internet urban legends of its time. But where did the frightening Momo image come from? It turns out that Momo wasn't originally intended to scare children. It was created by Japanese artist and film prop specialist Keisuke Iso, inspired by the Japanese Yokai UBUME. He crafted the doll with bulging eyes, a grotesque expression, and an unsettling smile, which later became the infamous Momo. UBUME, also known as the birthing woman in Japan, typically refers to the spirit of a woman who dies just before, during, or shortly after childbirth. Her lingering concern for her child prevents her spirit from passing on. These women often appear on dark, rainy nights. UBUME can take many forms, sometimes as a woman carrying a baby or as a pregnant woman, while other times they appear as horrific, bloodied pregnant women, crying out desperately into the night for help. These tragic spirits wander near the places where they died, seeking help from the living, which they themselves cannot provide. If the mother dies after childbirth but her baby survives, the newly formed UBUME will do whatever she can to care for the child. She may enter shops or homes, trying to buy food or clothes for her still living child, paying with handfuls of dead leaves instead of money. These ghosts also attempt to lead humans to the location of their hidden baby, hoping it can be taken to living relatives or adopted by another person. In cases where both mother and child have died, an UBUME may appear carrying the bundled corpse of her infant. When a human approaches, the ghost tries to pass the bundle into their arms. If the person accepts, the ghost vanishes, and the bundle grows heavier and heavier until the helpful stranger is crushed under its weight. In Japan, UBUME is known for its tragic story, but the Chinese legend of the Gu Hunyao is quite different. According to the Xinzhongji from the Eastern Jin period, the UBUME, also known as the Heavenly Emperor's Maiden, could transform between a bird and a beautiful woman by wearing or removing feathers. This yokai doesn't bear children of her own, but instead steals others' children as if they were her own. At night, if baby clothes are left outside to dry, the UBUME will mark them with blood, and later, the child will be taken by her. This is why people call her the ghost bird. In ancient times, People were afraid to leave their children's clothes outside at night, perhaps due to this legend. Another legend about the UBUME tells of a group of them who transformed into women after shedding their feathered robes to bathe and play by a river. By chance, a passing man saw them and secretly hid one of the robes. After all the UBUME finished bathing, they put on their robes, turned back into birds, and flew away, except for the one whose robe had been stolen. Unable to transform back into a bird, she was left behind. The man took the woman home and married her, and they had 3 children together. One day, their children told their mother where their father had hidden her feathered robe. Following the clue, the woman found her robe and immediately transformed back into a bird. She then took her 3 children with her, returning to the homeland of the UBUME, leaving the man forever without his wife and children. UBUME is a yokai known for its profound maternal love. Whether the child is her own or one she has taken, she cherishes the child and never causes harm. Unlike the internet urban legend Momo, who cruelly takes pleasure in hurting children, UBUME's actions are motivated by love, not malice. Whether Momo is real or fictional, comparing her to UBUME only unfairly burdens this yokai with an undeserved stigma. Legend has it that deep within the snow-capped mountains of Japan resides a woman. Her skin is incredibly pale, and she possesses a beautiful exterior. However, her expression is icy, making it challenging for anyone to approach her, a true ice maiden. Despite her frigid appearance, this woman actively lures men who enter the snowy mountains into her home, where she kisses them. After the kiss, the men find their bodies stiffening, ultimately transforming into frozen sculptures. Subsequently, the woman takes away the men's souls to consume. This mysterious woman is none other than the renowned yokai from Hyakkyagyo, YUKI-ONNA, also known as the Snow Lady. Despite being infamous for her malevolent image, it is said that the Snow Lady once developed feelings for a kind-hearted herbalist. They shared a deep connection, resulting in the birth of a child known as Yukidoji. In Japanese folklore, Yukidoji is believed to be the yokai responsible for bringing the first snow of winter, a harbinger of the season's icy beauty. If you can give a like for this video, I'll produce an episode about Yukidoji in the future. Thank you, everyone. The tale of Snow Lady and the herbalist unfolds as follows. A young herbalist named Miyamoto ventured alone into the deep mountains to gather the rare snow lotus. However, he became lost in the wilderness. While searching for a way down the mountain, Miyamoto stumbled upon the dwelling of Snow Lady. Unaware of the true identity of the woman before him, he humbly requested some food and guidance on the path down the mountain. Snow Lady observed the young man before her with curiosity. Contrary to her expectations, he was not captivated by her beauty. Instead, his sole desire was to leave the place, setting him apart from other men who had encountered her. Revealing her true form, Snow Lady froze Miyamoto's feet and conveyed to him that if he kept their encounter a secret until the end of his days, she would not harm him and would assist him in descending the mountain. Miyamoto promptly agreed to Snow Lady terms, and true to her word, she guided him safely down the mountain. Many years later, Miyamoto built a family, marrying a beautiful wife, and they were blessed with a son. Their household was filled with happiness. However, on a rainy night, Miyamoto, under the influence of alcohol, shared the story of how he was rescued by Snow Lady in his youth. Upon hearing these words, his wife started to cry. It turned out that she was the very Snow Lady from years past. To protect Miyamoto, she had chosen to become human. Snow Lady expressed that due to the many years of marital affection between her and Miyamoto, she had no intention of claiming his life. Afterward, she disappeared along with their son. Until the day Miyamoto passed away, he never discovered the whereabouts of his wife and child. Despite the subsequent negative reputation surrounding Snow Lady, why didn't people criticize Miyamoto for failing to keep the secret? There is a mischievous yokai who loves to play pranks on household members. Sometimes, it makes loud footsteps in the middle of the night, keeping everyone awake. Or it scares you with strange noises when you're home alone. Despite its pranks, people are very welcoming to this yokai because its presence always brings good fortune. This yokai is known as the cutest yokai, ZASHIKI-WARASHI. ZASHIKI-WARASHI is a mythical yokai or spirit believed to inhabit homes and warehouses. Appearing as a child, its presence in a household is said to bring prosperity. Most stories about ZASHIKI-WARASHI come from the central region of Iwate Prefecture. It is typically depicted as a 5 to 6 year old child with a red face and bobbed or cropped hair. Though its age can range from 3 to 15 years old, depending on the region. Both boys and girls exist. Boys often wear black striped kimonos, while girls wear red kimonos, sometimes with long sleeves. ZASHIKI-WARASHI loves playing pranks. It sometimes leaves small footprints made of coal dust or white powder around the house. It may make loud footsteps in the middle of the night, keeping everyone awake, or scare you with strange noises when you're home alone, even making it sound like conversations are happening in an empty room. At night, it might run back and forth on guest beds or pillows, or press down on them, causing nightmares, a phenomenon known as sleep paralysis. Despite its mischievous nature, ZASHIKI-WARASHI warns the household of impending misfortune, such as fires, allowing them to avoid disasters. ZASHIKI-WARASHI communicates directly with children because it itself is a childlike yokai and enjoys being close to other children. It is said that children can see ZASHIKI-WARASHI, while adults cannot. Sometimes, a child might seem to be talking or playing with an invisible friend, which could be proof of ZASHIKI-WARASHI's presence in the home. In folk beliefs, the defining characteristic of a ZASHIKI-WARASHI is that its presence ensures a household's prosperity, while its departure leads to the family's decline. Similar to the Japanese household gods, ZASHIKI-WARASHI is considered a guardian spirit overseeing the family's fortunes. Its ability to bring happiness is so strong that it can sweep away misfortune and negativity from wherever it goes. Because of this, some selfish landlords, in collaboration with evil sorcerers, would use barriers to trap the ZASHIKI-WARASHI, preventing it from leaving their homes. They understood the habits of ZASHIKI-WARASHI and wanted to keep it there forever. It is said that if a ZASHIKI-WARASHI leaves your household, your good luck will be exhausted, and terrible misfortune will follow. The Tono Monogatari records a legend where a whole family perished from food poisoning after the ZASHIKI-WARASHI left their home. In Iwate Prefecture's Tsuchibuchi village, a wealthy family faced misfortune when one of their children accidentally shot an arrow at a ZASHIKI-WARASHI, causing it to leave in anger. Their good fortune disappeared instantly, and the family soon fell into ruin, ultimately leading to their demise. Some believe that the departure of a ZASHIKI-WARASHI and the subsequent decline of a household is related to the belief that the departure of the Japanese god of poverty, Binbagami, results in renewed prosperity for a family. If you want to see a video about how Binbagami brings poverty, be sure to leave a comment below. Unlike other yokai, ZASHIKI-WARASHI does not cause harm. However, if humans offend it, it will leave without hesitation. Once Zashiki-Warashi leaves, the household will inevitably fall into decline. Therefore, some people are wary of how easily Zashiki-Warashi can leave. Overall, Zashiki-Warashi is a childlike, kind yokai that does not harm humans. Although Zashiki-Warashi symbolizes good fortune and happiness, its origins are far from pleasant. Here is a widely circulated tale about the unfortunate creation of Zashiki-Warashi. During the Kamakura period in Japan, in a small, dilapidated house in Iwate Prefecture, a little girl and her mother lived together, relying on each other. The father had passed away early, and the mother was gravely ill. So the girl had to gather herbs in the mountains every day to sustain their lives. One day, as usual, the little girl left early in the morning to gather herbs but never returned. Strangely, fresh herbs continued to appear at their doorstep every day, allowing the mother to maintain her health and even recover from her illness. The herbs appearing daily puzzled the mother, who asked the villagers, but no one knew what was happening. Determined to uncover the truth, she hid near the door and watched. Early one morning, she saw a girl who looked like her daughter arriving with herbs in hand. When she called out loudly, the girl suddenly ran away. The mother chased her to the edge of a cliff. The girl turned to look at her, tears streaming down her face, and then jumped into the mist and disappeared. When the mother reached the cliff's edge, she found her daughter's herb-gathering basket and a single shoe. It turned out that her daughter had fallen off the cliff and died while gathering herbs. Because of her deep attachment to her mother, she returned as a Zashiki-Warashi. She didn't want others to suffer the same misfortune and thus chose to help impoverished families. Additionally, some scholars believe that Zashiki-Warashi is the spirit of a child who was killed and buried under the floor of a house. In the Tohoku region, there was a practice known as Wushigoroshi, where families, to reduce their living burden, would crush an unaffordable child under a millstone and bury them beneath the kitchen floor. Heavy rains or earthquakes might expose the child's remains, or their spirit might appear, leading families to explain these sightings as Zashiki-Warashi to cover up the grim truth. This represents a darker version of the legend. Regardless of the version, as time progressed, Zashiki-Warashi evolved from a guardian spirit to a mischievous yokai. However, the tales of it bringing happiness and good fortune remain unchanged. So, if one day you see a child talking to themselves or playing with an unseen friend, it might just be the presence of a Zashiki-Warashi. Or perhaps, legend has it that certain objects, if exposed to the passage of time for over 99 years, can acquire a spiritual essence. When these items are either carelessly discarded after long years of use, or if the owner harbors intense feelings of longing and reluctance towards the object, they may transform into yokai known as TSUKUMOGAMI or artifact spirits. Not all of these yokai are necessarily malevolent, but they are not entirely harmless to humans either. In Japanese folklore, there is a creature known as KASO-OBAKE. Its appearance is that of an umbrella, characterized by a single eye, a protruding tongue, a single leg, and often dressed in traditional Japanese Geta sandals. KASO-OBAKE is said to be a Chinese umbrella that was collected for 100 years during the Edo period. This umbrella was exquisitely crafted with intricate and beautiful designs, revered as a work of art passed down through generations. Due to the continuous warfare among feudal lords during that turbulent era, the Chinese umbrella eventually faced the fate of abandonment. Absorbing the essence of countless nights and days over more than a century, it transformed into a yokai known as Kasa-obike. Kasa-obike is typically depicted as a one-eyed umbrella with a single leg, hopping around. However, at times, they may exhibit additional features like two arms or two eyes. Their personality is mischievous, as these yokai beings delight in appearing on rainy nights and playfully engaging with solitary pedestrians. They hop around in front of individuals, giving the impression of wanting to play. Most ordinary people would flee upon encountering such a creature, but some bolder individuals might choose to engage in playful interaction with this yokai. After playing with Kasa-obike on a rainy night, if satisfied, Kasa-obike might generously offer itself for the person to use as an umbrella. While it is feasible to use Kasa-obike as an umbrella, one would hope for calm weather at this point. Otherwise, both Kasa-obike and the user might be blown into the sky by a strong wind, disappearing without a trace, never to be seen again. Itamomen is a yokai in Japanese folklore. The term tan includes the unit of area measurement in Japan, roughly equivalent to 990 square meters today. Momen refers to cotton, specifically fabric made from cotton. The overall appearance of the yokai, Itamomen, is that of a long strip of cotton cloth, often depicted as a white, supernatural being. Legend has it that whenever someone walks alone at night, Itamomen has the chance to appear. It entwines around people's necks, covering their faces, causing them to suffocate and perish. Additionally, Itamomen can swiftly take flight while still wrapped around its target, carrying the person into the air. The earliest tales of Itamomen originated in Kagoshima, and in the Takayama region of Kagoshima Prefecture, there were rumors of a murder attributed to Itamomen. The victim reportedly died from suffocation, leading locals to believe that the person had been strangled by Itamomen wrapping around their head. Moreover, there is a legend that recounts an incident where a samurai was attacked by Itamomen. Fortunately, the vigilant samurai swiftly unsheathed his sword, slashing at Itamomen and severing a portion of it. The creature, thwarted by the attack, fled the scene, leaving the samurai's blade stained with blood. In many regions of Japan, there are widespread rumors of Itamomen sightings. Consequently, many parents use the threat of Itamomen's appearance to scare their children who are returning home late after playing outside. This tactic is employed to discourage their children from venturing out at night. As for the existence of Itamomen as a real yokai, we have no way to verify. However, the prevailing belief is that the legend of Itamomen being rumored to appear only at night may have originated from a time when parents, engaged in agricultural activities throughout the day, couldn't supervise their children. Therefore, the story of Itamomen might have served as a cautionary tale to warn against the dangers of staying out too late. NURE-ONNA is a yokai passed down in the northern part of Kyushu, Japan. According to legend, when a traveler walks the streets at night, an invisible wall suddenly appears, blocking their path. Even if one attempts to pass through the wall, it continues to move left and right, preventing the traveler from advancing. This yokai named NURE-ONNA translates to plaster wall. It manifests as an unseen wall, obstructing or misleading travelers during their nocturnal journeys. NURE-ONNA is quite tall, designed to prevent people from climbing over it. It is also wide enough to hinder anyone attempting to go around it, ensuring that those targeted by it are destined to be trapped. However, there is a method of escape. Striking the lower half of the wall with a hard object can make NURE-ONNA disappear. However, one must avoid striking the upper half of the wall, as it will provoke NURE-ONNA. In this enraged state, it will open its red eyes and collapses, crushing the person who struck it. The reason why NURE-ONNA plays tricks on travelers is said to be because it originates from a transformed tanuki, a raccoon dog. In ancient Japan, people believed that tanuki could shapeshift by placing a leaf on their forehead, allowing them to take on various forms. NURE-ONNA is considered to be one of these transformations. Tanuki are known for their mischievous nature, and it's not hard to imagine that even after transforming into NURE-ONNA, they would continue to play tricks on travelers. The legend of NURE-ONNA also has another version, found in the Haki-Yagyo-Emaki. In this version, NURE-ONNA is depicted as a three-eyed creature resembling a lion or a dog. Distinct from the wall-like NURE-ONNA known for its mischievous pranks. The three-eyed lion dog version of NURE-ONNA is portrayed as a more ferocious yokai that attacks humans. According to the legend, certain walls conceal the yokai NURE-ONNA. When someone approaches, the wall emits a low growling sound resembling a dog's bark. If the person hears it but chooses not to respond or pretends not to hear, NURE-ONNA emerges from the wall and drags the individual inside to devour them. But if the person chooses to respond to NURE-ONNA, the yokai will joyfully emerge from the wall to play with them. However, NURE-ONNA doesn't control its strength, and the person's fate can be equally dismal. The most effective way to escape is to start running upon hearing NURE-ONNA's low growling sound, heading towards a place with other people. While NURE-ONNA may give chase, like most yokai, it avoids crowded areas. Therefore, it tends to disappear when other people are around. In Japanese folklore, one of the three great yokai is known for his extraordinarily handsome appearance, beneath which lies extreme brutality. Possessing immense strength, he commands the Oni and is revered as the dreaded king of the Oni. There are dozens of versions regarding his origin story. He is none other than Shutendoji, one of the three great yokai of Japan. Shutendoji, a legendary demon king from ancient Japanese mythology, was the leader of Oni during the Heian period. He went by many names, with his original name believed to be Gedomaru. However, due to his infamous love for sake, he became known as Shutendoji, meaning the sake-drinking child. According to accounts in novels like Otogi Joshi, Shutendoji is depicted with two distinct appearances: a handsome young man and a hideous demon. In his human form, Shutendoji is charming and attractive, using his appearance to deceive over 100 young women. However, when revealing his demonic form, Shutendoji transforms into a fearsome red-faced ogre capable of spewing fire. He possesses a ferocious and menacing visage, with disheveled hair, horns protruding from his head, and a massive body covered in fiery red skin. Shutendoji, in addition to his insatiable thirst for alcohol, also craved the blood of young women, particularly those who were virgins. He would use his handsome appearance to deceive naive young girls, luring them back to his dark castle on Mount Oi. Once there, he would brutally murder these women, drinking their blood and consuming their organs raw in a gruesome manner. Shutendoji's extreme cruelty earned him the titles of Demon King and Virgin Killer, making him one of Japan's legendary three great yokai, alongside the white-faced golden-haired nine-tailed fox and the great Tengu. If you're interested in learning more about the stories of these legendary Japanese yokai, be sure to subscribe to my channel and turn on the notification bell. This way, you won't miss my upcoming videos. Thank you. Although there are many versions of Shutendoji's origin story, A common element in each version is that he was not born as an Oni. Before becoming the king of the Oni, he was a human being. In one version of the story, it is said that Shutendoji was a monk in training at Byakugo-ji in Yamato province. He would join the other monks in chanting and meditation every day. During this time, there was a severe famine, and everyone was suffering from hunger, especially the monks whose lives were already difficult. Some of them even perished due to starvation. Shutendoji witnessed his fellow practitioners collapsing before him due to hunger, and he felt deeply saddened yet powerless to help them. One day, while meditating in a mountain valley, Shutendoji witnessed a group of people bringing a cartload of corpses into the valley. These corpses were of those who had starved to death. The group simply found a spot and discarded the bodies without any intention of proper burial or care. Seeing this scene sparked an idea in Shutendoji's mind. He realized that these corpses were just meat. Aren't those corpses just meat? And isn't meat food? These deceased individuals were now returning to the cycle of nature as fertilizer. What truly mattered, Shutendoji concluded, was the living. So Shutendoji made a bold decision. He quietly brought back the meat from those corpses to the temple and distributed it among the hungry monks. The monks, grateful for the food, didn't question where the meat came from and enjoyed their meals. They greatly appreciated Shutendoji's efforts. From that day on, Shutendoji would bring back meat from the mountains regularly, ensuring that no monk would starve to death again. However, the truth eventually came to light. The monks discovered that Shutendoji had been feeding them meat from corpses. Instead of gratitude, the monks turned hostile towards him. They started beating him and hurling insults, accusing him of being a demon rather than a human. The swift shift from praise to condemnation left Shutendoji bewildered. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Was saving lives also a sin? The enraged monks then threw Shutendoji into the same mountain filled with corpses. From that day on, the temple lost a young monk dedicated to chanting and meditation, while the mountain gained a demon who consumed human flesh. There is also another fascinating version that explains how Shutendoji transformed from a boy into the king of the Oni. According to this story, there was a young boy with supernatural powers and exceptional intelligence for his age. Due to his incredible abilities and wisdom, people around him began to call him the demon's child, and he gradually became very antisocial and harbored resentment towards others. It is said that the boy's mother was a human woman, and his father was the infamous great Yokai Yamata no Orochi. At the age of 6, even his own mother abandoned him. Left as an orphan, he became an apprentice monk at Mountain High in Kyoto. Among these young apprentices, he was the strongest, smartest, and most handsome. His exceptional looks made him the object of admiration for girls in the village, which fueled jealousy among the other monks who began to ostracize him. The boy harbored resentment towards them as a result. His studies suffered, and he got into fights. He also developed a drinking problem, which was forbidden for monks. However, he could outdrink anyone willing to sit down with him. Because of his love for alcohol, he became known as Shutendoji, the Little Drunkard. One night during a temple festival, Shutendoji arrived very drunk. He wore an Oni mask and amused himself by playing pranks on his fellow monks, jumping out from the darkness to scare them. Later that night, when he tried to remove the mask, he found it wouldn't come off. It had somehow fused with his body. Ashamed and frightened, scolded by his masters for his drunken behavior, he fled into the mountains to avoid further human interaction, viewing them as weak, foolish, and hypocritical. For many years, he lived on the outskirts of Kyoto, stealing food and alcohol from villagers and consuming large amounts of liquor. His thieving ways eventually attracted bands of thieves and criminals who faithfully followed him, forming the foundation of his gang. During his exile, Shutendoji's power and knowledge continued to grow. He mastered dark and mysterious magic, which he then taught to his gang of thugs. Along the way, he encountered another demon child like himself named Yibaraki Doji, who became his chief servant. Over time, Shutendoji and his gang underwent a transformation, gradually becoming Oni themselves. Eventually, he established a whole clan of Oni and Yokai thugs who roamed the highways, terrorizing the people of Kyoto in their drunken rage. Shutendoji and his gang settled on Mount Oi, where they inhabited a dark castle and plotted to conquer the capital and rule as emperor. Shutendoji and his gang rampaged through Kyoto, capturing noble virgins and consuming their blood and organs raw. The emperor, fed up with these abductions escalating from common women to nobles, finally could not tolerate it any longer. He dispatched Minamoto no Yorimitsu to defeat Shutendoji. Onmyoji Abeno Seimei instructed Minamoto no Yorimitsu to first visit 3 shrines for blessings. Following this guidance, Minamoto no Yorimitsu received 2 sacred treasures from the gods: the demon-subduing poison sake and the star-reflecting robe. The demon-subduing poison sake appeared as ordinary sake to humans, but any yokai who drank it would become completely intoxicated and lose consciousness. The star-reflecting robe served to protect and seal Shutendoji. Shutendoji, already fond of alcohol, was tricked by Minamoto no Yorimitsu into drinking the demon-subduing poison sake along with his yokai followers. They became heavily intoxicated and lost consciousness. Taking advantage of this, Minamoto no Yorimitsu proceeded to sever Shutendoji's limbs and decapitate him. However, even after being dismembered, Shutendoji's head continued to bite at Minamoto no Yorimitsu. Protected by the star-reflecting robe, Minamoto no Yorimitsu remained unharmed. He used the power of the robe to seal Shutendoji, putting an end to his reign of terror. Thus, the atrocities committed by Shutendoji were finally brought to an end. The sword used by Minamoto no Yorimitsu to sever the head of the demon king Shutendoji was named Dojikiri Yasutsuna and is now designated a national treasure, housed at the Tokyo National Museum. The demon-subduing poison sake that Minamoto no Yorimitsu used to intoxicate Shutendoji is said to be kept at Nariiji Temple in Kyoto. As for the star-reflecting robe, it remains securely sealed and hidden away. Whether Shutendoji was merely a legend or a historical figure, he has left behind a captivating chapter in stories and folklore, delighting and captivating later generations with tales of his exploits. In Chinese mythology, foxes grow an additional tail for every 100 years of cultivation. When a fox reaches 900 years of age and gains 9 tails, it achieves immortality. Beyond this, if it continues its cultivation for another 100 years, achieving 1,000 years of spiritual practice, it transforms into the highest rank of Tenko, the heavenly fox, a being akin to a deity. At this point, even the heavenly court will attempt to bring it into the celestial realm to become an immortal. The path of cultivation for foxes is fraught with challenges. Most foxes perish either due to failed cultivation or being hunted, often before reaching their 2nd to 5th tail. Yet among them, one fox not only succeeded in becoming a 9-tailed fox demon, but also transformed into a beautiful woman and schemed to become an emperor. Ultimately, this fox was immortalized as one of Japan's 3 great yokai. none other than the white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox. A fox is born with one tail, which can store spiritual energy. Once enough energy is absorbed, the tail splits into two. A fox with 3 tails is known as a demon fox. 6 tails make it a spirit fox. And when it reaches 9 tails, it attains immortality and is revered as a celestial fox. From the spring and autumn period to the Han Dynasty, foxes were considered auspicious creatures. By the Tang Dynasty, foxes began to be seen as enchanting spirits capable of seduction. For instance, by Ji's poem, the Old Tomb Fox compares King Zhou of Zhou's concubine to a fox spirit. By the Sung Dynasty, the term fox spirit had come to symbolize immoral women. This cultural perception of fox spirits also spread to Japan. During the Yuan and Ming dynasties, the tale of a fox spirit possessing Daji became widely known. The story, later recorded in the Investiture of the Gods, Feng Shun Yin Yi, describes Daji as a 9-tailed fox demon. The typical lifespan of a fox is around 10 to 15 years. As their natural life approaches its end, a small number of foxes may awaken their spiritual intelligence under certain unique circumstances. Foxes and cats are considered animals with strong spiritual power because they inherently possess a complete set of 3 souls and 7 spirits, unlike other animals. Some fortunate foxes and cats are born with fully intact souls and spirits, setting them apart. Ancient records describe 3 methods by which a fox can awaken its spiritual intelligence. The first is by accidentally consuming an elixir of immortality, such as the pills crafted by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord that might have fallen into the mortal realm. The second is finding an exceptional place for cultivation. As foxes are creatures of Yin, they require a significant amount of lunar essence and Yin energy to progress in their cultivation. This is why many depictions in films and television show foxes worshipping the moon. The third method is following a virtuous monk or Taoist priest, learning skills and gaining knowledge. Some fortunate foxes living near human cultivators receive true teachings, which can significantly boost their power. This explains why some 2-tailed foxes are extraordinarily strong. They may have mastered such teachings. The white-faced, golden-haired, 9-tailed fox, one of Japan's 3 great yokai, is an example of the third method. The white-faced, golden-haired, 9-tailed fox was originally a white-furred fox born near an ancient temple in China. Its parents, due to their rare white fur, were hunted and killed by hunters. The young fox was rescued by a monk who later kept it at the temple. Over the years, the monk rose to become the abbot of the temple. Upon his death, the monk's saraira, a pearl-like relic formed in the bodies of highly cultivated monks after death, was inadvertently consumed by the white-furred fox. This act awakened its spiritual intelligence, setting it on the path to becoming the legendary 9-tailed fox. After the white-furred fox awakened its spiritual intelligence, it became an omen of disaster. After cultivating for several centuries, it transformed into the white-faced, golden-haired 9-tailed fox. Its white fur turned golden, and it attained immortality. During the Shang Dynasty, it wreaked havoc by killing and devouring Daji, a beautiful woman chosen to serve as consort to the last Shang king, King Zhou. The fox then assumed Daji's appearance, manipulating the king into debauchery and enforcing tyranny. This chaos ultimately led to Jiang Ziya aiding King Zhou in raising an army to overthrow the Shang Dynasty. Using a demon-revealing mirror, Jiang Ziya exposed Daji's true form as the 9-tailed fox and executed her by beheading. The foxes managed to escape and later fled to ancient India. Fleeing from China, the nine-tailed fox arrived in ancient India. This time, she set her sights on three Saraira formed after the death of King Chandragupta Maurya. Transforming into Lady Huayong, the consort of Prince Bunzuk of Magadha in South India, she schemed to acquire the sacred relics. After obtaining the Saraira, she began spreading false divine decrees, compelling Prince Bunzuk to sacrifice 1,000 citizens in honor of Mahakala, a manifestation of Shiva. However, during this gruesome act, the white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox was exposed when a powerful ascetic revealed her true form. Forced to abandon her plans, she fled in disgrace. After lying dormant for several centuries, the nine-tailed fox reappeared in China, once again taking the form of a concubine to King Yu of Zhou. With her breathtaking beauty, she once more succeeded in captivating the ruler. To win her favor, King Yu lit the beacon fires during a time of peace, ultimately bringing about the downfall of his kingdom. Afterward, the white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox disappeared into the Chinese folklore, only to resurface during the Tang Dynasty. She then traveled to Japan alongside the ninth envoy to Tang China. The nine-tailed fox entered a period of cultivation and quietly lived a life in hiding, concealing her true identity. Many years later, a samurai, who had no children, went to a temple to pray for a child. Seizing this opportunity, the white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox once again emerged to cause chaos. This time, she took the form of a baby girl and appeared on the samurai's return journey. The kind-hearted samurai and his wife adopted the child, naming her Asako-onna. She gradually blossomed into a beautiful woman. Renowned for her exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor, she was skilled in various arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Due to her vast knowledge and unparalleled beauty, she was hailed as Japan's foremost talented woman. At the age of 18, she was appointed to the imperial palace and became a court lady to Emperor Toba. Thanks to her beauty and profound knowledge, she gained Emperor Toba's favor and quickly became the most beloved concubine in the palace. Before long, Emperor Toba bestowed upon her the name Tamamonome. As time passed, Tamamonome's power grew increasingly formidable under the favor of Emperor Toba. Soon after, Emperor Toba fell severely ill and became bedridden. Despite the efforts of the imperial physicians, they were unable to diagnose the cause of his illness. It was then that Omeyoji Abe Yasunari, the grandson of the famous Omeyoji Abe no Seimei, concluded that Tamamonome was behind the misfortune. His judgment revealed that this favored concubine was not human at all, but rather a white-faced, golden-haired, nine-tailed fox. With Omeyoji Abe Yasunari's mystical intervention, Tamamonome's true form as the nine-tailed fox was exposed, and she swiftly fled the palace, her whereabouts unknown. Tamamonome fled and took refuge in Nasu, Shimatsuke Province. Soon thereafter, reports surfaced of women and children disappearing in Nasu. Abe Yasunari determined that Tamamonome was responsible for these incidents, and it was decided that she must be eradicated once and for all. Emperor Toba ordered the formation of a punitive expedition and appointed Miura no Suke, Chiba no Suke, and Kazusa no Suke as generals. Omeyoji Abe Yasunari was appointed as the military strategist. An army of 80,000 soldiers was dispatched to march towards Nasu. Upon arrival at Nasu, the army quickly discovered the whereabouts of Tamamonome. The punitive expedition was overwhelmed by the formidable yokai magic of Tamamonome, suffering heavy losses and retreating in defeat. Miura no Suke and Kazusa no Suke ordered the soldiers to intensify their training in horseback archery before launching another attack. This time, their strategy proved to be highly successful, as the punitive expedition pushed Tamamonome back step by step. In a dream, Tamamonome appeared before Miura no Suke disguised as his own mother, pleading for mercy. However, Miura no Suke saw through this ruse and realized that Tamamonome's end was near. Therefore, he launched another full-scale attack. Ultimately, 2 arrows from Miura no Suke pierced Tamamonome's abdomen, while Kazusa no Suke used his long sword to sever her head. With that, Tamamonome breathed her last. Afterward, Tamamonome's body was transported back to the capital. Despite her physical demise, her spirit did not dissipate. Instead, her soul took refuge in a stone near the volcanic crater, forming what is known as the Sessho-seiki, a legend that has endured to this day. Tamamonome's obsession persisted in the form of the Sessho-seiki at Nasu, constantly awaiting the opportunity for revenge. The Sessho-seiki continuously emitted poisonous gas, harming nearby humans and animals. Even insects and birds that flew by were not spared. Any living being that came too close to the stone would perish instantly, making it impossible for anyone to approach the area for a long time. Over 200 years later, a high priest named Jinno was journeying through Shimatsuke province when he witnessed a peculiar occurrence. Birds flying overhead would suddenly plummet to their deaths whenever they passed over a particular boulder in the Nasu plain. At the foot of the stone lay a heap of lifeless birds. Intrigued by this phenomenon, Jinno pondered its cause. Shortly thereafter, a local woman approached the priest, and he inquired about the stone. The woman revealed that the Sessho-seiki was haunted by the spirit of Tamamonome. She recounted the tale of the fox courtesan before vanishing into thin air. Jinno realized that the woman had been the ghostly spirit of the infamous Tamamonome. Soon after, Jinno conducted a Buddhist memorial service over the stone. From that day onward, the Sessho-seiki ceased emitting poisonous gas and no longer harmed anyone. People believed that the spirit of Tamamonome had been exorcised from the rock. In Tochigi Prefecture, Japan, locals believe that the Sessho-seiki, which seals the nine-tailed fox, is located there. Every year, many tourists visit the area, and this stone has become a national treasure of Japan. However, on March 5, 2022, the Sessho-seiki suddenly split in half. Many people interpreted this as an ominous sign, believing that either the nine-tailed fox had returned or that something bad might happen. Perhaps someone beautiful around you is the incarnation of Tamamonome. The Tengu is one of the most renowned yokai in Japan, with a wide variety of types, including the small Tengu, crow Tengu, leaf Tengu, and female Tengu, among others. The most powerful of the Tengu is known as the Great Tengu, whose strength makes him one of the 3 great yokai in Japan. It is said that one of the Great Tengu was transformed from Emperor Shutoku. Tengu are creatures from Japanese folklore, often believed to be yokai, supernatural beings or spirits. Typically, Tengu are depicted with red faces and long noses. Some Tengu have bird-like wings on their backs, but regardless of whether they have wings, they are generally able to fly. Tengu usually wear attire similar to Yamabushi, Japanese ascetic monks, and they often carry items such as a shakujo, a sword, or a feather fan. Sometimes, they are depicted with a military strategy book called the Tiger Scroll. Additionally, they possess a cloak that grants invisibility, allowing them to vanish at will. Tengu are characterized by an overbearing and arrogant demeanor. They usually reside deep within forests, places that ordinary people dare not approach. The earliest record of Tengu in Japan is found in the Nihon Shoki. It describes a monk hearing strange noises in the sky, followed by something swiftly flying overhead like a shooting star. The term Tengu was first used in the text to describe what the monk saw, and people at the time imagined it to have the appearance of a hawk. During the Heian period, the Kanjaka Monogatari further documented that Tengu could transform into the images of Buddha, monks, and saints, or possess human beings. The Classic of Mountains and Seas, a pre-Qin ancient Chinese book, carries tales about mythical creatures such as Tengu, also known as Tian-Go in China. However, the depiction of Tengu in this book significantly differs from its Japanese counterpart. Unlike the humanoid Tengu of Japan, the Chinese Tengu is portrayed as a creature resembling a dog. The most famous narrative about Tengu in the Classic of Mountains and Seas is its act of devouring the sun. This story has given rise to the popular Chinese phrase Tian-Go eating the sun, which is used to describe a solar eclipse. In Japan, Tengu were also known as Tenko due to their appearance. Up until the Heian period, the image of Japanese Tengu resembled that described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. In the late medieval period, the Tengu's image shifted from that of a hawk to the long-nosed Tengu. The long nose symbolized an arrogant and haughty attitude, as Tengu were considered embodiments of arrogance. Their long noses were seen as a symbol of this arrogance. At that time, saying, "I want to become a Tengu," implied that one had become proud. From the medieval period onward, Tengu were called great demons and the like because they had fallen into the Tengu path. As a result, they were considered immortal and capable of displaying various skills like immortals. They attempted to obstruct Buddhism, and some were even regarded as powerful yokai capable of shaking the nation. Within the hierarchy of Tengu, there are different ranks, with the highest being the Dai Tengu, or known as the Great Tengu. Other Tengu, such as Kotengu, Karasu Tengu, Konoha Tengu, and Onna Tengu, are considered to be the subordinates or workers of the Dai Tengu. Emperor Sutoku was originally the 75th emperor of Japan. He ascended the throne at the age of 5 and was forced to abdicate at 23 by his nominal father, Emperor Toba. The throne then passed to Emperor Kono, the son of Emperor Toba and Tamamono. After Emperor Kono's death, the throne was taken by Emperor Go-Shirakawa, shattering Sutoku's dream of regaining power once again. Displeased with Emperor Toba, Emperor Sutoku allied with Minister Fujiwara no Yorinaga and others to initiate the Hagen Rebellion. After their defeat, Sutoku was exiled to Sanuki. In exile, he repeatedly expressed remorse to the court, but his fervent appeals failed to move Emperor Go-Shirakawa and his supporters. Sutoku spent a considerable amount of time transcribing 5 volumes of the Mahayana Sutras. Some say he wrote them in his own blood and sent them to Kyoto, only to be met with rejection. Deeply humiliated, Emperor Sutoku was filled with resentment. He bit his finger and wrote on the returned sutras, "I vow to become the great demon king of Japan, to disrupt the nation, to make commoners into emperors and emperors into commoners." After that, he refused food and water, succumbing to his anger and dying in anguish. Upon his death, Emperor Sutoku transformed into the fearsome Great Tengu, bringing calamities to Kyoto. The Great Fire of Ongan nearly burned down a third of the city. Influential figures like Rokujin and Kujo-in, close to Emperor Go-Shirakawa, died one after another. and the Enryukuji warrior monks stormed the imperial palace with demands. These events were all attributed to the vengeful spirit of Emperor Sutoku. More significantly, a few years later, the Taira and Minamoto clans engaged in a fierce power struggle. For the next several centuries, the samurai class, through the shogunate, became the de facto rulers, while the imperial family was reduced to political puppets. It seemed that Emperor Sutoku's curse to make commoners into emperors and emperors into commoners had truly come to pass. The Great Tengu, believed to be the transformed spirit of Emperor Sutoku, is hailed as one of the three great yokai in Japanese folklore. Emperor Sutoku himself, along with Sugawara no Mishizane, Taira no Masakado, and Prince Sawara, is known as one of the four great vengeful spirits of ancient Japan. The appearance of the Great Tengu is usually accompanied by catastrophic disasters, symbolizing the downfall of the nation. After a series of calamities, people feared the Great Tengu, believed to be the transformed spirit of Emperor Sutoku. To appease his wrath, the court posthumously conferred a title upon him. However, historical records suggest that Emperor Sutoku continued to lead other Tengu to wreak havoc on the human world. It wasn't until 1868, during Emperor Meiji's enthronement ceremony, that an envoy was sent to Sanuki to bring Emperor Sutoku's spirit back to Kyoto and enshrine it at the site of the former Shiramane shrine. This finally pacified his vengeful spirit. Today, Emperor Sutoku is revered as a protective deity of Shikoku. The story of the Great Tengu is a significant element of Japanese culture, representing more than just a mythical creature. It serves as a profound reflection on power, arrogance, and revenge. Numerous works featuring Tengu continue to emerge, and this legendary figure, existing between god and demon, will be passed down through generations. Let's hope the Tengu himself doesn't appear, for his presence inevitably brings disaster. Yurei are the spirits of the dead, returning to the world of the living in the form they once had in life. They usually don't have a fixed physical shape, and most people can't see them with the naked eye. Only certain individuals, such as the deceased relatives, enemies, or those with spiritual sight, are able to see their presence. There are many kinds of yurei, but the most terrifying are those who died with deep hatred or resentment. These are known as ONRYO, vengeful spirits. One of the most famous ONRYO legends in Japan is that of the ancient four great ONRYO: Sugawara no Mishizane, Taira no Masakado, Prince Sawara, and Emperor Sutoku. These four vengeful spirits didn't just influence folklore. Their stories shaped Japanese culture, history, and gave rise to a unique form of spiritual belief known as Goryo Shinko, the belief in appeasing vengeful noble spirits. Among all types of spirits, ONRYO are undoubtedly the most terrifying. These are the ghosts of individuals who died consumed by intense jealousy, anger, or hatred, unable to find peace. Their souls transform into powerful and wrathful entities, relentlessly seeking vengeance against those who wronged or harmed them. ONRYO are often victims of war, disasters, betrayal, murder, or suicide. They typically bear visible wounds or marks that reveal the manner of their death. Their motives are always the same: revenge. These spirits are so powerful that they can easily take a life. However, they often prefer to inflict prolonged torment on their enemies, forcing them to endure the pain of watching their loved ones suffer and die in their place. ONRYO unleash a devastating curse upon the people or places they haunt. a curse so potent it spreads like a contagion, leaving a trail of death and destruction far surpassing that of ordinary ghosts. Unlike other spirits, ONRYO make no distinction in their victims. Their sole desire is to destroy indiscriminately. Furthermore, their vengeance is insatiable. While most yurei cease their hauntings once they are exorcised or appeased, an ONRYO's relentless grudge curse lingers, continuing to plague a location long after the spirit itself has been put to rest. In the legends of ONRYO, the most famous are the four great ONRYO of ancient Japan: Sugawara no Michizane, Tahira no Masakado, Prince Sawara, and Emperor Setoku. Among them, Emperor Setoku is often regarded as the most powerful ONRYO. I previously created a video about the Great Tengu, which included the story of Emperor Setoku. Another renowned ONRYO is Tahira no Masakado, a significant historical figure from Japan's mid-Heian period. He is famous for openly rebelling against the Kyoto imperial court and proclaiming himself the new emperor. Tahira no Masakado was a descendant of Emperor Kanmu and was born into a noble family in the provinces. His father, Tahira no Yoshimasa, served as the governor-general of Mutsu. From an early age, Masakado exhibited a resolute and defiant nature. He had a tense relationship with his cousin, Tahira no Sartomori. Despite their similar temperaments, the two frequently clashed over family interests. Masakado possessed two extraordinary abilities: the art of creating duplicates of himself, the Bunshin no Jutsu, and the impenetrable Golden Bell Shield, Kinchozo. These remarkable skills were bestowed upon him by none other than his mother. According to the ancient text Kojiden, Masakado's mother was not human, but a great serpent that had resided in the Soma district of Shimosa province for many years. In Japanese folklore, great serpents are often associated with dragons, leading to another theory that Masakado's mother was the manifestation of a dragon deity. 3 days after Masakado's birth, his mother reverted to her original serpent form under the cover of night and used her tongue to lick his entire body by coating him with her saliva. She infused Masakado with her mystical power, granting him a body as tough as steel. However, she missed one spot: the space between his eyebrows. This untouched area became Masakado's sole weak point. Masakado was known for his fiery, unrestrained personality. He was fearless, showing no reverence for gods or spirits. Due to disputes over land and power, Masakado frequently clashed with family members and local warlords. One notable conflict arose within his own family, leading to a war against the Minamoto clan. In this conflict, Masakado killed his uncle, triggering even greater strife. Although subsequent family-led coalitions failed to defeat Masakado, they pushed him to establish his own power base in the region. In 939, Masakado officially raised his banner in rebellion. He swiftly captured the provincial capitals of Hitachi, Shimizuke, and Kozuke, seizing government seals and taking provincial governors captive. Following his string of victories, he declared himself the new emperor, aiming to establish a regime independent of the Kyoto court. This bold act of defiance alarmed the imperial government, prompting them to dispatch troops to suppress his rebellion. The final battle took place at Mount Kita, where Masakado faced the combined forces of his cousin Tahira no Satomori and Fujiwara no Hidesato. Satomori devised a strategy to counter Masakado's Bunshin no Jutsu. Exploiting the fatal vulnerability on Masakado's brow, the Allied forces launched a relentless assault. Masakado was ultimately struck by a volley of arrows, directly hitting his weak spot, and perished on the battlefield. After his death, Satomori beheaded Masakado and sent his severed head to Kyoto as a public display. This marked the end of the short-lived Masakado rebellion. But Masakado's story lived on, becoming a timeless legend in Japanese folklore. Although Satomori won the war, strange events began to unfold. First, the traitor who betrayed Masakado, Kikyo-mai, suddenly died a mysterious and violent death. Then came alarming news from the soldiers guarding Masakado's body. His corpse had mysteriously vanished without a trace. When Satomori and Hidesato rushed to inspect Masakado's severed head displayed for public warning, the head suddenly opened its eyes and let out a chilling laugh aimed directly at the two men. Soldiers who had participated in the campaign began falling ill for no apparent reason. Alarmed by these ominous events, Satomori ordered Masakado's head to be swiftly transported to Kyoto to present it to Emperor Suzuka. Following his suggestion, the head was hung prominently near the Royal Proclamation Board in Kyoto's Eastern Market, serving as a grim warning to those who might dare defy the emperor. This marked the first recorded instance in Japanese history of a severed head being displayed publicly as a deterrent. A few days after Masakado's head was displayed, something extraordinary occurred. On a bustling day with crowds of passers-by, the severed head suddenly let out a thunderous roar. It then rose into the air and flew eastward toward the Bundor region, leaving the stunned crowd in shock. According to legend, the head was seeking to reunite with its body, which lay in the eastern lands. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like by pressing the like button, and if you haven't subscribed yet, consider hitting that subscribe button. It's completely free. Eventually, Masakado's head fell near Torigoe in Musashi Province. Local officials, in an effort to pacify his restless spirit, built a shrine known as Masakado Kobazuka. Today, this mound remains a well-known site in Otemachi, Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo. The strange phenomena and mysterious events surrounding Masakado's defiance and death earned him the title of one of Japan's 4 great Onryo, demonstrating the fearsome power of vengeful spirits. Throughout history, numerous attempts to relocate or destroy Masakado's burial mound have reportedly resulted in mysterious incidents or disasters, such as earthquakes and outbreaks of illness. This has imbued the site with an air of mystery and an almost untouchable status. Whether you believe it or not, Masakado's mound has stood as a silent witness to 1,000 years of history and legend. It is not merely a grave, but a symbol of humanity's respect of history, vengeful spirits, and the unknown. So, what do you think? Could the vengeful spirit of Taira no Masakado truly exist? In ancient Japan, there was a legend. Whenever thunder roared across the sky, a mysterious yokai would appear. It would ride lightning down to the earth in an instant, bringing chaos wherever it landed. They say this yokai had a master, the god of thunder. But this thunder god wasn't a typical deity like Raijin. He was one of the 4 great Onryo, Japan's most feared vengeful spirits in history. The yokai is known as Raiju, the Thunder Beast, and its master, the one still feared to this day, Sugawara no Michizane. Raiju is one of the most famous and feared supernatural creatures in Japanese folklore. It is a yokai said to be formed from lightning, taking the shape of an animal. With long, sharp claws and a fierce, terrifying face. Raiju is often described as resembling a wolf, a dog, or even a cat. Some believe it is a beast made up of features from different animals. Whenever thunder roars, Raiju rides the lightning and descends to earth, causing destruction wherever it lands. In ancient Japan, buildings were made of wood and closely packed together. So even a single lightning strike could lead to massive damage and deadly fires. That's why Raiju was feared as a violent and dangerous yokai. According to Koshiyawa, a collection of strange tales by Matsura Seizon, there was once a Raiju that fell from the sky with a lightning strike in Akita, Dewa province. But at the time, the region was suffering from a famine, and the creature was captured, cooked, and eaten. Perhaps the greatest enemy of a yokai is a starving human. Another well-known story is about the famous samurai Tachibana Dosetsu from Japan's Sengoku period, who is said to have slain a Raiju in his youth. One stormy night, he was sheltering under a tree when lightning suddenly struck toward him. Dosetsu quickly drew his sword and struck the lightning itself. When the smoke cleared, a dead Raiju lay at his feet. From that day on, he named his sword Raikiri, meaning lightning cutter. The blade is still preserved today in the Tachibana Museum. In Nishiboji Temple, located in Mishima district of Niigata Prefecture, there's a preserved mummy that is said to be a Raiju. The origin of this mummy is unknown. It measures about 35 centimeters long and resembles a cat, baring its teeth in a menacing pose. Yokai researcher Tada Katsumi believes that the mummy was originally a cat, but its true identity remains unverified to this day. In ancient times, people believed that Raiju were messengers sent by the thunder god. It was said that small Raiju would crawl into human belly buttons to hide from their master's rage. This gave rise to a popular Japanese superstition. When you hear thunder, you should cover your belly button. In Shinto and Japanese folk beliefs, the thunder god is a deity who rules over lightning and thunder. However, the master Raiju was not a traditional thunder god. He was one of the four great Onryo of ancient Japan, Sugawara no Michizane. Sugawara no Michizane was a renowned scholar and politician during the Heian period. He was especially skilled in Chinese poetry and was later worshipped as the god of learning. Shrines dedicated to him, known as Tenmarngu, can be found all over Japan. During exam season, many students visit Tenmarngu shrines to pray for success and purchase a small cloth charm called omamori to bring good luck on their tests. Sugawara no Michizane was a genius during his lifetime. He entered government service at a young age and quickly earned the favor of Emperor Wuda. In just a few years, he was promoted to a high-ranking position, Wudaijin, or Minister of the Right. At the time, most high-ranking officials in the imperial court came from the Fujiwara clan, one of the dominant aristocratic families. Michizane, on the other hand, came from a scholarly family with an uncommon surname. His rapid rise to power stirred resentment among the Fujiwara officials. They saw him as a threat and began plotting against him in secret. Their chance finally came when Emperor Wuda unexpectedly abdicated the throne and passed it on to Emperor Daigo. At first, Emperor Daigo also trusted Sugawara no Michizane. However, Fujiwara no Tokihara began his schemes. He secretly allied with officials who were at odds with Michizane and began spreading rumors to Emperor Daigo, falsely accusing Michizane of plotting rebellion. They claimed Michizane had conspired with Emperor Wuda to elevate Daigo's younger brother, Prince Saisei, to the throne. The young Emperor Daigo was terrified and, in his panic, handed full authority over to Tokihira for dealing with Michizane. Unaware of his alleged crime, Michizane was arrested overnight by the Imperial Guard, stripped of his rank, and exiled to Darzaifu in Kyushu. His entire family was forbidden to accompany him, and they were forcibly expelled from the capital, left to wander, their fate unknown. While exiled in Darzaifu, Michizane never understood what grave crime he had committed to deserve such a fate. Separated from his family, who were scattered across the land, he died in despair at the age of 59 in Darzaifu. After Michizane's death, his restless spirit traveled to Enryukuji Temple in Mount Hiei. An old monk on the mountain encountered him, and Michizane revealed that he would return to Heian-kyo to seek revenge. He told the monk not to stand in his way. Upon seeing Michizane's spirit, the monk instantly knew he had transformed into an Onryo. From that day on, strange omens began to appear in Heian-kyo. The Fuso Ryaki record a series of disastrous phenomena. Earthquakes, lightning strikes, droughts, and plagues, all happening one after another. People believe these unusual events, especially the frequent lightning storms, were signs of Michizane's spirit returning to Heian-kyo to take revenge. It was said that Michizane, wronged and dying in anger, had become the thunder god, striking with lightning to right the injustices of the world. And the Raiju, the thunder beast, was his messenger, sent to punish the wicked. One day, during a court assembly, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, hitting the roof of the Seiyoden in the imperial palace with a deafening roar. Emperor Daigo and all the courtiers were thrown into panic. Many of them cried out in horror, "Michizane has returned. Michizane is here for revenge." From that point on, the officials who had taken part in framing Sugawara no Michizane began to suffer one by one. Some were struck dead by lightning while traveling. Others died suddenly for no reason, their deaths gruesome and terrifying. These strange events sparked widespread fear in the court. Even a mastermind, Fujiwara no Tokihira, was overwhelmed with dread. Thunderstorms continued to rage through Heian-kyo, and the fear eventually broke Tokihira's spirit. He fell ill and died a year later. Just when everyone thought that Sugawara no Michizane's vengeance had ended with the death of Fujiwara no Tokihira, yet another strange event occurred. 10 years later, Michizane's wrath resurfaced again. Prince Yasuakura, son of Emperor Daigo and Tokihira's sister, also Tokihira's chosen successor to the throne, died suddenly at the young age of 21. At the time, the sky was once again filled with thunder day after day, which the people believed to be undeniable proof of Michizane's vengeful spirit returning once more. The court finally realized how serious the situation had become. A grand purification ritual called Ohare was held in front of the Kenrei Gate inside the imperial palace to appease his spirit. At the same time, 2 imperial decrees were issued, one to restore Michizane's title of Minister of the Right, and another to officially nullify his exile. However, his anger had not been soothed. 2 years later, Prince Yasuakura's only son, Prince Korizane, died prematurely at the age of 5. With that, Yasuakura's bloodline came to a complete end. Emperor Daigo, devastated by all these losses, fell ill. His health deteriorated day by day, until he finally passed away on his imperial bed. After his death, Emperor Suzaku ascended the throne. This emperor, interestingly, had a deep connection to another famous great Onryo, Taira no Masakado. Emperor Suzaku ordered the construction of a Tenmargu shrine to enshrine Sugawara no Michizane and posthumously honored him as the god of learning and the god of thunder. Because of this, Michizane's spirit was finally at peace. The once terrifying Onryo, who had plunged mid-Heian Kyoto into fear for nearly a century, was no longer seen as a monster, but revered as a deity. Today, countless students visit Tenmargu shrines every year, praying for academic success and passing exams. And the spirit they worship is the very same thunder god who once returned to seek vengeance. Sometimes, the line between a god and a yokai is thinner than we think. In Japanese folklore, yurei are basically the Japanese version of ghosts, very similar to spirits in Western traditions. The word yurei comes from two kanji, yu, meaning faint or dim, and rei, meaning spirit or soul. They're also known by other names like Bo-rei or Shiryo. Sometimes, they're even grouped under broader terms like yokai or obarke, which refer to all kinds of supernatural beings. Like ghosts in the West, yurei are believed to be souls who couldn't pass on peacefully after death. All Japanese ghosts are called yurei, and there are several types within this classification. Among them, the most feared are the onryo, spirits of those who died with deep resentment or anger. These vengeful spirits were believed to cause disasters, illness, and political turmoil, even after death. However, within the onryo legends, there is an even more unique type, the goryo. Goryo are not just angry spirits. They were once noble figures or high-ranking officials who died tragically, often as victims of false accusations, exile, or political betrayal. Due to their social status and the perceived injustice of their deaths, people believe that the wrath of these spirits could bring large-scale calamities, such as plagues, famines, or even earthquakes. Since ghosts could not be destroyed, the only way to end their vengeful anger was to transform them into peaceful and benevolent spirits. To prevent such disasters, communities would build shrines and hold special rituals, often with the help of priests and onmyoji, to appease the goryo and turn them from dangerous spirits into protective deities. This practice became known as Goryo Shinko, the belief in and worship of goryo. An early figure often seen as the origin of Goryo Shinko is Fujiwara no Hirotsugu. He's said to be the first officially recorded case in Japanese history involving this belief. Fujiwara no Hirotsugu was a nobleman during the Nara period. Branded a traitor amid political turmoil, he was exiled and eventually executed in Dazaifu. But soon after his death, a series of disasters and strange occurrences struck the capital. People began to suspect that Hirotsugu had returned as an onryo, seeking revenge against the state. In response, the imperial court performed the first official goryo pacification ritual, hoping to appease his angry spirit and transform him into a guardian deity. This marked the formal beginning of Goryo Shinko, which would go on to become a lasting and unique spiritual tradition in Japan. Although Fujiwara no Hirotsugu isn't one of the four great onryo, his life story is filled with drama and mystery. After the case of Fujiwara no Hirotsugu, one of the most memorable and representative goryo legends was that of Prince Sawara. So, who exactly was Prince Sawara? He was one of Japan's famous four great onryo. Toward the end of the Nara period, power struggles within the imperial family grew increasingly intense. Prince Sawara was the second son of Emperor Konan and the younger brother of Emperor Kanmu. He had been appointed crown prince and was once destined to become the next emperor. But fate was not kind to this noble-born prince. Shortly after Emperor Kanmu ascended the throne, the court was shaken by a major political incident. The assassination of Fujiwara no Tanetsugu, a top official serving in Dazaifu. During the investigation, suspicion unexpectedly fell on Prince Sawara. Some believed he had conspired with nobles opposed to Emperor Kanmu in a plot to seize the throne. Though there was no solid evidence, Prince Sawara was stripped of his title overnight, demoted to commoner status, and exiled to Dazaifu in Kyushu. On the long journey into exile, he was forced to walk barefoot, enduring humiliation, hunger, and overwhelming injustice. Eventually, Prince Sawara chose to protest through a hunger strike and died in bitter grief before reaching his destination. However, things didn't end there. After Prince Sawara's death, a series of strange disasters and ominous events struck the capital one after another. The construction of Emperor Kanmu's new capital, Nagaroku-kyo, was plagued by constant setbacks, accidents, floods, and repeated misfortunes. The empress died young. The crown prince passed away, and a dark shadow loomed over the imperial family. Even Emperor Kanmu himself was haunted by nightmares of evil spirits, his mind tormented and restless. Whispers began to spread throughout the court and among the people. Could these disasters be the work of Prince Sawara's vengeful spirit? Eventually, even Emperor Kanmu began to waver. He started to wonder, had he wrongly condemned his own brother and brought divine punishment upon himself? In an effort to calm the restless spirit and end the calamities, the court officially restored Prince Sawara's royal title and reburied his remains with full honors befitting a member of the imperial family. A Goryo shrine was established in Kyoto specifically to enshrine Prince Sawara, and purification rituals were held to appease his soul. This is believed to be the origin of the Kami Goryo Shrine and Shimo Goryo Shrine. But perhaps the most dramatic event of all was the relocation of the capital itself. Because of the never-ending misfortunes in Nagaroku-kyo, Emperor Kanmu ultimately abandoned the entire city and moved the imperial capital to what is now Kyoto, Heian-kyo. This was not just a political decision. It was also a spiritual attempt to escape the curse of a vengeful spirit. The name Heian, meaning peace and tranquility, reflected the emperor's deep longing for safety and harmony. From that point on, Prince Sawara became one of the most iconic figures in Goryo Shinko. His tragic story came to symbolize the souls of noblemen crushed by injustice. Souls that, even in death, could strike back at the centers of power. Through him, ONRYO were no longer just characters from folklore. They became a political reality the imperial court could no longer ignore. The four great ONRYO, Sugawara no Michizune, Tahira no Masakado, Emperor Setoku, and Prince Sawara, are among the most famous tragic figures in Japanese history. Each met their end through political strife, false accusations, or betrayal, and each was believed to return as a vengeful spirit with the power to curse the nation. Over time, their stories moved beyond myth and legend to become part of Japan's cultural fabric, deeply influencing Goryo Shinko, shaping historical narratives, and even altering the course of society itself. What we witness is not just tragedy, but a powerful symbol of how history, culture, belief, and fate are deeply intertwined. Between the spring and summer of 1979, an urban legend swept across Japan, causing most students to be too frightened to go to school alone. The protagonist of this urban legend was the Yokai-Onna, or well known as Slipmouth Woman.
Kirei.
In 1979, the phenomenon of the Slipmouth Woman gripped Japan. Who or what was behind this eerie legend that spread like wildfire in an era before the internet dominated? The Slipmouth Woman legend swept through Japanese schools like a plague, causing extreme unease among the populace. At first, it was just a topic of discussion among elementary school students. It wasn't until some students were so frightened that they refused to go to school alone that parents realized the seriousness of the situation. They demanded that teachers pay special attention to the safety of the students. Eventually, it escalated to schools reaching out to the police for assistance, requesting increased patrols around campus. In the most affected areas, local schools were even forced to suspend classes altogether. The descriptions circulating among students about the Slipmouth Woman were truly chilling. They described her as a tall, slender woman with long hair, wearing a coat and often seen wearing a mask covering her mouth. According to the legend, children walking alone at night might encounter this masked woman who would engage them in conversation, asking, "Am I beautiful?" If the child hesitated or didn't respond, the Slipmouth Woman would reportedly attack them with a pair of scissors. If the child answered beautiful, the Slipmouth Woman would remove her mask, revealing her mouth slit extending to her ears. With her gruesome maw gaping wide, she would ask again, "Am I still beautiful?" Children who responded by saying she was not beautiful or were too scared to answer would still meet a grim fate. However, some daring individuals, despite their fear, might lie and tell her she was beautiful. Upon hearing this, the Slipmouth Woman would be delighted. She would then pick up her scissors and proceed to cut open the child's mouth, making them beautiful just like her. In June 1979, a woman in Japan, approximately 25 years old, dressed up as the rumored Slipmouth Woman, wielding a kitchen knife near a school campus. Initially intending to play a prank and scare children, she was arrested by local authorities on suspicion of violating weapons control laws and subsequently prosecuted. However, this copycat offender was unaware that her actions would cause immense societal panic. People mistook the incident as a genuine occurrence, further reinforcing the authenticity of this Slipmouth Woman legend. Under the amplifying effect of word of mouth, this rumor evolved into cases of perverted stalkers kidnapping children, prompting heightened concern from educational authorities. They actively sought assistance from law enforcement to bolster patrols around school campuses for added security. At this point, rumors ran rampant, instilling widespread fear and anxiety. Fukushima's Kuriyama City and Kanagawa's Hiratsuka City were hit by waves of rumors about frequent sightings of stalkers. In Hokkaido's Kushiro City and Saitama's Niiza City, the situation escalated to the point where elementary and middle schools had to suspend classes altogether, leaving local residents in a state of extreme unease and panic. The rumor of the Slipmouth Woman persisted until August 1979, cooling down only when schools went on summer vacation. It's perplexing that such widespread chaos ensued from a mere legend. Even local law enforcement took the matter seriously. However, if the legend were true, there would likely have been more incidents associated with the Slipmouth Woman over the years. As of today, there have been very few casualties or incidents directly linked to her. The most widely known version of the Slipmouth Woman's origin tells of her as a beautiful woman who underwent plastic surgery. During the procedure, she couldn't stand the smell of the wax on the surgeon's head and kept moving, causing the surgeon to accidentally cut her mouth on both sides. Horrified by her disfigured appearance, she flew into a rage and grabbed a nearby pair of scissors, fatally stabbing the surgeon. In her attempt to escape, she was mistaken for a monster by local residents and beaten to death with sticks. Thus, she transformed into a vengeful spirit fueled by intense resentment. Another version suggests that the slit-mouthed woman was actually cursed. According to this version, her ancestors engaged in nefarious deeds using a dog deity similar to modern voodoo, profiting through deceitful means and ill-gotten gains. As a consequence, they incurred a curse, causing subsequent generations to be born with mouths that would split open, transforming them into monsters. Throughout her life, she faced rejection and disdain from others, leading to deep-seated psychological imbalance. In retaliation, she would randomly seek vengeance on unsuspecting victims. The legend of the slit-mouthed woman, known as Yokai-Onna, can actually be traced back to Japan's Edo period, spanning from the 17th to the 19th century. According to this legend, she was believed to be a wife who had engaged in extramarital affairs or alternatively, a mistress of a samurai. In punishment for her infidelity, her husband cruelly slit the corners of her mouth. Disfigured and filled with jealousy towards those with beauty, she ruthlessly murdered beautiful women with a sickle and would slit their mouths, making them as ugly as she was. After her capture, the slit-mouthed woman was sentenced to death. Before her execution, she cursed her husband, the one who disfigured her. From then on, every descendant of her husband would be born with slit mouths, cursed to be seen as monsters by society, generation after generation. Witnesses said that the slit-mouthed woman runs remarkably fast, covering approximately 100 meters in 6 to 12 seconds. With such speed, escaping seems almost impossible. Is it true that there's no way to escape when encountering the slit-mouthed woman? Rumors suggest that the slit-mouthed woman has a fondness for sweets. Simply offering her candy can make her happy and prompt her to leave. Alternatively, carrying wax with you could also deter her, as the smell of wax is said to repel her. It's believed that her disfigurement was caused by the smell of wax, which is why she has a strong aversion to it. Finally, there's another rumored method. When asked by the slit-mouthed woman if she is beautiful, the respondent can simply answer, so, or counter-question her, "Do you think you're beautiful?" This momentarily confuses her, buying you time to escape. It's important to note that all of these methods are merely rumors and have not been verified. If you are fortunate enough to encounter the slit-mouthed woman, whether these methods can help you escape ultimately depends on luck. Legend has it that if a female student is still at school late at night and needs to use the toilet, she should check for toilet paper before entering. If she finishes using the toilet only to find there is no paper, she might suddenly hear a voice from the adjacent stall asking, "Do you need red paper or blue paper?" Regardless of which answer she gives, or even if she doesn't answer at all, she will find a masked figure in a red cloak pushing open her stall door. This figure is far more terrifying than any ordinary pervert. The red cloak makes him much more horrifying. When it comes to urban legends involving toilets, many people first think of Hanako-san. However, there is another Japanese yokai related to toilets whose fame rivals that of Hanako-san. The notorious Akamanto, the Red Cloak Phantom. Akamanto is described as a male spirit, ghost, or yokai who haunts bathrooms late at night. He is often said to haunt female bathrooms specifically, and in some versions of the legend, he haunts the stall closest to the furthest wall. This stall is typically the fourth one, as the number 4 is associated with death. The spirit is depicted wearing a flowing red cloak and a mask that hides his face, and is sometimes described as being handsome and charming beneath the mask. The story generally follows this pattern. A student, late at school one evening, urgently needs to use the toilet. The nearest restroom is one that students usually avoid. Old, poorly maintained, and rumored to be haunted. With no time to find another bathroom, the student enters. After finishing their business, they reach for the toilet paper, only to find none. Suddenly, they hear a strange voice asking, "Do you want red paper or blue paper?" If the student chooses red paper, they are violently sliced up, their blood spraying everywhere, making it look like they are wearing a red cloak. If the individual chooses the blue option, the consequences range from being strangled to having all of their blood drained from their body, leaving them dead and blue-faced. If an individual attempts to outsmart Akamanto by asking for a different color of paper, Akamanto will offer yellow toilet paper, which is said to result in being dragged to the underworld or hell. In Japanese, yellow represents Yomi, the world of the dead. If ignoring the yokai, or replying that they do not want or prefer either kind of paper, is said to make the spirit go away. In some accounts, rejecting both options and running away from Akamanto also results in the individual's survival. The legend of Akamanto might have its origins in the early 20th century blue blanket incident in Fukui Prefecture, an eerie event that remains unsolved, with the perpetrator never identified or apprehended. Related to bathrooms, it is said that this unresolved case quickly spread nationwide, giving rise to the legend of the red cloak. You won't miss any of my future. The incident allegedly occurred on a snowy early morning. A middle-aged man, wearing a blue blanket, arrived at Atanya, a Japanese wholesale market. Seeking the store manager's help, he claimed that his mother was ill and nearby, hoping the manager could assist him. Trusting the man due to the heavy snowfall, the manager followed him. Subsequently, the man used the same method to lead away the manager's mother and wife. The three individuals led away by the man in the blue blanket were never seen again. Investigations revealed that there were no sick individuals in the nearby villages, and no families had requested assistance. Thus, the man's identity remained a mystery. Shortly afterward, the body of the manager's wife was found not far downstream in the river. The next day, the manager's mother's body was discovered submerged near the mouth of the Kazuria River and was retrieved. Despite further searches, the manager's body was never found. However, the police did find the blue blanket worn by the man, now stained red with blood. Some say that the man in the blue blanket had a grudge against the manager, so he meticulously planned to kill the manager's entire family. Others believe that the man in the blue blanket was actually the manager himself, who staged the events to murder his mother and wife and then disappear. Whatever the truth may be, this incident caused quite a sensation at the time. The incident quickly spread across Japan, sparking the legend of the Red Cloak Phantom. Since then, many regions have reported sightings of a figure in a red cloak appearing in bathrooms, particularly in girls' school bathrooms. Those who encountered him often met with a grim fate, being assaulted and murdered. This also marked the beginning of the red paper blue paper urban legend. Akamanto's appearance has evolved over time, along with the Japanese lexicon. Today, manto means cloak or cape in Japanese, and Akamanto is typically depicted wearing a long red hooded cloak. Regardless of how the legend has changed, both he and Hanako-san have left their bloody marks in bathroom folklore. One thing is certain, they are both unhygienic yokai. In the 1980s, a widely circulated urban legend known as Hanako-san of the toilet became a household name in Japan. Whenever children misbehaved, adults would warn them that disobedient kids might encounter Hanako-san, causing fear that would often lead to compliance. Hanako-san became a nightmare for Japanese children, resulting in many of them being too afraid to use the toilet alone. But who exactly was Hanako-san, the figure that instilled such fear in children? In Japan, there's a schoolyard legend that if you stay on campus late and find yourself needing the restroom, you might encounter someone in the adjacent stall asking if you need toilet paper. If you answer yes, a girl in a red skirt with short hair might hand you some. After using it, you might be pulled into Hanako's stall. Hanako-san is a legendary spirit believed to haunt school toilets in Japan. Her appearance is described differently in various accounts, but she is often depicted with a bobbed haircut and dressed in a red skirt or dress. There's a schoolyard rumor among students about Hanako-san, a spirit that can be summoned. The method involves going to the third-floor girls' restroom at night, entering the third stall, knocking on the door 3 times, and asking, "Hanako, are you there?" If someone inside responds with, "I'm here," the door will slowly open, revealing a young girl in a red skirt. She then pulls the person who knocked into the restroom and supposedly drowns them in the toilet, resulting in a terrifying death. There's another version of the legend where Hanako doesn't drown the person but instead pulls them into hell, making them disappear forever from this world. Then there's an even more outlandish version where a 3-meter-long, 3-headed lizard emerges from the toilet and devours the person, supposedly because they were invading Hanako's privacy. In any of these versions, summoning Hanako leads to dire consequences for the person involved. So why would such an innocent-looking girl turn out to be such a cruel monster? To understand this urban legend, we need to explore the various origins of Hanako, which are all quite tragic and contribute to her terrifying nature. The most widely circulated origin story of the Hanako legend tells of a frail and sickly student who became the target of bullying by a group of delinquent girls. One day after school, these girls dragged Hanako into the girls' restroom, specifically into the third stall, and proceeded to pour water on her through the cracks from above, causing her great discomfort in the freezing cold weather of winter. Hanako, already weak, pleaded with them to stop. Seeing Hanako's distress only amused the delinquent girls further, and they continued pouring water on her without mercy. After they tired of their cruel game, they left Hanako locked in the restroom overnight. By the time she was discovered the next day, Hanako had succumbed to the cold and perished in the restroom. Since that day, whenever a delinquent girl enters the restroom, she might hear someone crying in the adjacent stall. If she foolishly peers through the cracks to investigate, a mysterious force will drag her into the stall, ultimately leading to her head being forcibly plunged into the toilet until she drowns. Another variant of the Hanako legend suggests that she lived during the World War II era. One day, while playing hide-and-seek with a group of children, an air raid occurred. Hanako sought refuge in the third stall of the restroom. However, during the bombing, the restroom was hit and debris blocked the entrance to Hanako's stall. As the fire spread, Hanako was trapped and ultimately perished in the flames. Although both of the previous versions depict Hanako enduring tragic experiences, the following version I'm about to share is perhaps the most harrowing and closest to the urban legend. This story takes place around 1965. Hanako's father worked away from home for long periods, leaving Hanako and her mother to live in a village where Hanako attended the local elementary school. One day during class, Hanako suddenly felt a stomachache and asked the teacher for permission to use the restroom. After swiftly relieving herself, Hanako emerged from the restroom only to catch sight of the headmaster smoking in the boys' restroom. In Japan during that time, Smoking by teachers at school was strictly prohibited. If caught, they faced dismissal and could be permanently banned from teaching. Startled by Hanako's presence, the headmaster quickly extinguished his cigarette and threatened Hanako, warning her not to tell anyone about what she had seen or else he would harm her. After that incident, every time Hanako encountered the headmaster at school, he would give her a sinister, knowing smile that sent shivers down her spine. Being just a child, Hanako was terrified and started living in constant fear. She avoided using the restroom alone at school, afraid of encountering the headmaster. Hanako's mother noticed her daughter's distress and relentlessly pressed her for an explanation. Eventually, Hanako confided in her mother about what had been happening. Outraged, her mother reported the incident to the education authorities, leading to widespread awareness of the issue. As a result, the headmaster was dismissed from his position and permanently barred from teaching. Hanako thought she wouldn't see the headmaster at school again and hoped for things to return to normal, but little did she know that it was only the beginning of her ordeal. One evening, after finishing their classroom duties, Hanako and a classmate agreed to walk home together. As they exited the classroom door, Hanako suddenly felt the need to use the restroom and asked her classmate to wait for her. However, the classmate, impatient, decided to leave on their own. Once inside the restroom and having just closed the door, Hanako heard someone entering. The person went from stall to stall, knocking and calling out, "Hanako, where are you? Let's play together." Recognizing the voice as the headmaster's, Hanako felt intense fear, her body freezing in terror. She held her breath and remained quiet. Undeterred by the lack of response, the headmaster continued pushing open each stall door. Suddenly, the voice outside ceased, and just as Hanako sighed with relief, a voice from above exclaimed, "I found you." The next day, Hanako's lifeless body was discovered in the restroom. The details of what transpired during that time remain a mystery, but her white dress was stained crimson with blood. Since then, the legend of Hanako spread far and wide. Some believe that Hanako appears in school restrooms to seek vengeance against the teacher who killed her. Others speculate that Hanako, tormented to death in the restroom and consumed by deep resentment, remains haunting the school, seeking companionship only to torment them as a form of twisted revenge. Although the urban legend of Hanako cannot be verified for its authenticity, there is a trend among students to engage in a daring challenge of summoning her. I want to caution all good children, never stay at school until late at night, and especially do not attempt to summon Hanako in the restroom during the night. While this is just a legend, if you happen to receive a response when summoning Hanako, have you planned your escape route? In August 2008, on the Supernatural Phenomena discussion board of 2 channel, there appeared a post titled, "Share Your Scariest Stories?" Within this thread, an anonymous user shared a story about encountering Hasaku-sama during summer vacation. This story quickly sparked discussions online. According to the user's account, Hasaku-sama is described as a female specter clad in a white dress, standing at a height of 8 feet. Hasaku-sama is described as a yokai standing at a height of 8 feet, or approximately 240 centimeters. She wears a long, pure white dress, and her dark flowing hair cascades down her back. She is known to emit a strange, male-like laughter described as popopo. This urban legend shares similarities with the well-known Western urban legend, Slender Man. If you feel that they are not similar in any way, feel free to leave a comment below the video with your thoughts. Hasaku-sama is an aggressive yokai who can mimic the voices of her victims' relatives, causing them to lower their guard. Those bewitched by Hasaku-sama typically perish within a few days. She primarily targets children and teenagers because they are more susceptible to her deception, unlike adults who are less vulnerable. Hasaku-sama first appeared on the well-known Japanese forum 2 channel, hosted anonymously by a user in 2008. This story quickly gained significant attention online due to its eerie and seemingly genuine nature. We'll refer to the anonymous user as Yumiko. Yumiko begins by explaining that her grandparent house is located about a 2-hour drive from her home. Because of its beautiful surroundings, Yumiko loved visiting there to see her grandparents. However, after Yumiko entered junior high 3rd year, her father stopped taking them there. The reason given by Yumiko's father was not wanting to go, but rather not being able to go. After entering high school, Yumiko obtained a driver's license for the car. At the beginning of that year's winter vacation, Yumiko secretly drove to her grandfather's house without informing her father. When her grandparents saw her, they were pleasantly surprised but also displayed a sense of worry. Perplexed, Yumiko asked her grandparents why they were concerned. Her grandfather simply mentioned that the public safety in the area had recently declined, advising Yumiko not to venture too far or go out at night. The next morning, the weather was warm and pleasant, and Yumiko was relaxing in the backyard under the warm sun. Suddenly, she heard a strange popopo sound in her ear. It didn't sound mechanical. Rather, it seemed like a sound made by a person. Then, she noticed a woman with long hair wearing a white dress crouching beside the courtyard. Driven by curiosity, Yumiko approached and asked what the woman was doing in her family's yard. The woman didn't respond. Instead, she slowly stood up. Yumiko was startled because the woman standing up was a towering 8 feet tall, and her long hair covered her face, giving her an indescribably eerie appearance. With the woman emitting popopo laughter, a frightened Yumiko immediately ran back to her grandfather's house. At noon, Yumiko had lunch with her grandparents and mentioned the strange woman she had seen earlier that morning. Initially, her grandparents didn't pay much attention, but when Yumiko described the woman as nearly 8 feet tall, wearing a hat, and making a strange popopo sound, her grandfather and grandmother suddenly froze, their expressions turning serious. Her grandfather, with a stern look, started asking questions like, "When did you see this?" and "Where did you see her?" Then he quickly ran outside to make a phone call, while her grandmother appeared to be trembling. Concerned by her grandparents' reaction, Yumiko asked her grandmother what was going on. Her grandmother's response chilled her to the core. Her grandmother said, "You must have been bewitched by Hasaku-sama. Don't worry, your grandfather will take care of it. No need to be afraid." Hasaku-sama. This was the first time Yumiko heard that name, a name that would stay with her for the rest of her life. Shortly after, Yumiko's grandfather returned with an elderly woman referred to as Master K. After observing Yumiko for a while, Master K handed her a talisman and then accompanied Yumiko's grandfather upstairs to a room that was prepared. All the windows in the room were covered with newspapers and adorned with protective charms. 4 bowls of salt were placed in each corner of the room, and there was also a wooden box containing a Buddhist statue. Master K led Yumiko into the room and instructed her not to leave until the following morning. During this time, no one would speak to her, and she was advised not to respond to anyone until the morning sunlight appeared. Finally, she was instructed to keep the talisman with her at all times, and to pray before the Buddhist statue if she felt scared. Yumiko was extremely frightened, as if facing a great threat, but she had no choice but to obey Master K's instructions. Before being confined to the room, Her grandmother had given her some rice balls and snacks, but she had no appetite and instead wrapped herself in a blanket, trembling. Eventually, she drifted off into a fitful sleep. At some point later, Yumiko suddenly woke up, and her watch showed it was just past 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Then, she heard knocking sounds, knock, knock, outside the door. Didn't Master K instruct that no one would come before daylight? Could it be Hasaku-sama outside the door? Growing increasingly frightened, Yumiko dared not respond or open the door. Instead, she quickly knelt before the Buddhist statue to pray. Just then, her grandfather's voice came from outside the door. "Yumiko, are you all right? If you're scared, you don't have to hold back. Come over to me." Relieved, Yumiko hurriedly opened the door, which was adorned with protective charms. But there was no one outside, certainly not her grandfather. It was then that she realized something was wrong. As she saw the salt placed in the 4 corners of the room slowly turning black. With a popopo, a tall woman in a white dress appeared before Yumiko, causing her to be too frightened to remember Master K's instructions. She quickly ran out of the room and downstairs to find her grandfather. Everyone downstairs was astonished to see Yumiko in such a state. Master K shook her head and said to Yumiko's grandfather, "There's no other choice now. The last chance is to leave here as soon as possible by car." Hoping to escape from Hasaku-sama before daylight, Yumiko's grandfather grabbed the car keys, and they all got into the car to leave. Inside the car, Master K instructed Yumiko to close her eyes and cover her ears, then began chanting scriptures. An extremely anxious Yumiko kept her eyes shut but heard many knocks on the car windows, mixed with the popopo sound. After what felt like a long time, Yumiko sensed that her grandfather's car had stopped moving. Was it safe now? Lost in her thoughts, Yumiko forgot Master K's instructions and opened her eyes, only to see. According to rumors, most of Hasaku-sama's victims are teenagers and children. This is because, in extreme distress, they often hear the voices of loved ones, making them more susceptible to letting their guard down. As for Yumiko's outcome, she was able to post about her experience 10 years after the incident, so I assume she successfully escaped. However, the specific details of her escape remain unknown. In 2021, interest in Hasaku-sama was reignited when Capcom released Resident Evil 8, introducing a villainous character named Lady Dimitrescu who bears a resemblance to Hasaku-sama. Perhaps people have a fondness for tall women, given the striking similarities between these two characters. This is also why Hasaku-sama has gained fame in modern urban legends. According to legend, whenever it rains, a mysterious woman dressed in a tattered white dress appears out of nowhere. She drags something along with her, resembling a doll, as she wanders through the rain. If your curiosity gets the better of you, and you approach her for a closer look, you'll soon realize that what she's dragging isn't a doll at all. At that moment, the woman's eyes roll back, and her mouth stretches unnaturally wide, reaching from ear to ear. Without warning, she charges at the person who dared to investigate. The fate of that unfortunate soul? Perhaps the next time it rains, the figure she drags behind her will be you. This tattered woman is none other than Hikiko-san, a yokai said to harbor the strongest grudge of the Heisei era. In Japanese urban legends, many yokai are believed to have originated from individuals who were bullied or mistreated. Hikiko-san is one such yokai. The legend of Hikiko-san began as a rumor among high school girls. It is said that Hikiko-san's real name was Mori Hikiko. She was a tall, beautiful student with an outstanding academic record, making her a prominent figure at school. Not only did the teachers adore her, but the male students also admired her greatly. However, such a perfect girl often becomes a target of envy among other female students. Hikiko-san had a gentle and introverted personality, which, combined with the jealousy of the other girls, made her an easy target for bullying. She was often taken to the girls' restroom or isolated places where she was beaten and kicked. On one occasion, the bullies grabbed her by the legs and dragged her in circles, leaving her body covered in scrapes and bruises, including her face. The bullies deliberately wanted to ruin her beauty, so they used all their strength to drag her around. After that incident, the bullies were expelled from school, but Hikiko-san was unable to attend due to her injuries and stayed home to recover. It rained on the day she was dragged around, which made her start to hate rainy days. Some say that although Hikiko-san was adored by everyone at school, her parents didn't like her. During her recovery, they even kept her under house arrest. Even after her injuries healed, her parents continued to confine her. This long-term confinement, combined with the shadow of the school bullying, led Hikiko-san to develop a deep resentment toward people and society. Hikiko-san's personality began to twist. She used her beauty to seduce one of the bully's boyfriends, which enraged the bully even more. The bullies reunited and subjected Hikiko-san to the same cruel treatment, dragging her by the legs with even greater severity. The abuse continued until Hikiko-san's body was left bloodied and mangled, and they showed no signs of stopping. Ultimately, the brutality led to her death from severe injuries. Filled with vengeful spirits, Hikiko-san returned as a vengeful ghost to seek retribution from those who had tormented her. Whenever it rains, those who bullied Hikiko-san will hear the sound of something being dragged along. They will then see a woman in a tattered white dress suddenly appear, dragging what looks like a doll toward them. Upon closer inspection, they realize that what she's dragging isn't a doll at all, but a human being who is bloodied and mangled. In the next moment, the person being dragged by Hikiko-san transforms into one of her tormentors. It is said that Hikiko-san only targets those who were involved in bullying and does not attack the victims of bullying. This may stem from a sense of sympathy, as Hikiko-san herself was a victim of bullying. If you're unfortunate enough to encounter Hikiko-san on a rainy day, don't even think about running away, as she moves incredibly fast. Running isn't the best option. Some say that Hikiko-san is still deeply fearful of the bully who killed her, so speaking that person's name might scare her away. However, the name of that bully remains a mystery to this day. In Japan, the term hikikomori is used to describe people who stay shut in at home, also known as recluses. This term is derived from reversing the name Mori Hikiko. It reflects Hikiko-san's situation after being bullied, where she became too afraid to leave her home. Bullying is unacceptable in any setting, be it school, the workplace, or elsewhere. Please stop bullying, or you might be the reason for the next Hikiko-san's emergence. In 2004, someone posted a series of real-time messages on the Text Discussion Board 2 channel, mentioning Kisaragi Station and claiming to have inadvertently entered this deserted, unmanned station. These posts initially revolved around the Nishikajima line in Hamamatsu City, Shizuoka Prefecture, and ended with the poster accidentally entering a parallel universe. Subsequently, various netizens claimed to have had similar experiences, making it a popular internet meme. Kisaragi Station is an urban legend about a virtual station that has been circulating in the Japanese internet community. The urban legend about Kisaragi Station originated from a forum on the Japanese 2-channel website in 2004, which tells the story of a station located in a remote area along a railway line and unattended. According to the content described in the story, the station is roughly located along the Inshu railway line in Hamamatsu City, Shizuoka Prefecture, or another parallel world connected to it. Since then, reports about Kisaragi Station have been appearing one after another, and the internet has become a medium for its dissemination. The station name of this station is usually Kisaragi Station, but later some people claim to have signs like Ghost Station. In addition, this station is also considered a virtual station in urban legends, and is sometimes referred to as Otherworld Station. At the end of the video, I will also share some interesting stories similar to Kisaragi Station that I have seen before. Remember to stay till the end of the video. This share will definitely surprise you. On the evening of January 8, 2004, in the 2-channel forum, there was a post titled, "Please share the incredible things happening around you." Many people were commenting below, but most of them were chatting. However, at 23:14, the 98th reply to this post, someone said something. It was this sentence that led to the most famous urban legend in Japan at that time. That person said in the comment area,
"Maybe it's just my illusion, but can everyone hear me? I'm riding on a certain private railway, but I always feel strange. I take this train to and from work every day, and it usually stops at a station every 5 to 7 minutes. But today, the train hasn't stopped for about 20 minutes since it started. There are 5 other passengers besides me, but everyone is asleep."
Although it was already 11 p.m., there were many people commenting. Someone asked if she had confused the express train with the ordinary train and got on the non-stop rapid train. The original poster replied at 11:29 p.m., saying that she might have taken the wrong train and would observe the situation. If anything strange happened again, she would discuss it with everyone. At this point, a netizen commented that she might as well go to the front of the carriage and take a look. In any case, why not go to the driver's compartment at the front or rear of the train first? If the driver has had some kind of seizure, that would be serious. Go and check the driver's compartment quickly. After a while, the original poster responded,
"It seems that the train is not about to stop. I'll go check the conductor's compartment first." The windows of the conductor's compartment were covered, so I couldn't see inside. The route I'm taking is a private railway in Shizuoka Prefecture. I knocked on the window, but there was no response.
Through the information given by the original poster, netizens quickly knew that she was riding a private railway line of the Inshu Railway in Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan, a railway line with a very long history, which has been in operation since 1927. At this point, the original poster suddenly noticed that the train seemed to be entering a tunnel. She takes this train every day to and from work, but has never been through a tunnel.
After leaving the tunnel, the speed slowed down a bit. I didn't recall any tunnels when I usually ride. There's a station. It seems to be stopping. The train is stopping at Kisaragi Station, a station name I've never heard of. Should I get off?
From this point on, the original poster changed her name. She was originally anonymous, but now she changed it to Hasumi. At 12:23 a.m., Hasumi commented that the train had stopped at a station called Kisaragi Station. "Are you really going to get off? You should get off and have a look. You should go directly to the final stop. Some kind-hearted netizens advised Hasumi not to get off the train because she didn't know where she was, and to go directly to the final stop, but some netizens thought it would be best to get off and see where she was. In the end, Hasumi chose to get off.
I got off the train. It's an unmanned station.
It took Hasumi about 50 minutes to travel from the time she got on the train to the arrival at Kisaragi Station, which is usually the time it takes her to get home. After getting off the train, Hasumi planned to walk to the opposite platform to take the return train, but she couldn't find the train schedule. Kisaragi Station. I can't find the name of this station on the internet. Has the train you're on been running for an hour? I can't find Kisaragi Station. Just as the netizens were saying that they couldn't find any information about Kisaragi Station, Hasumi's reply directly pushed the plot to a climax. She probably didn't realize that her post had become the first in the discussion board at that time and had become a hot topic.
I want to take the return train, but I can't find the schedule in the station. The train I just took is still here. Should I go back and take it? The train left while I was posting.
Hasumi said that the train she was riding had left, and now she was alone in this unmanned station. Netizens began to worry about her safety and asked her to be aware of her surroundings. If there was any danger, she should run away immediately. The train left without waiting for Hasumi. It was probably around 12:30 a.m. After 6 minutes, Hasumi posted a reply saying that she couldn't find anyone to ask and couldn't find any information about this station.
I'll go out of the station and look for a taxi. Thank you, everyone.
It seems like Hasumi wanted to end this thread, deciding to take a taxi home. Most of the replies from netizens were out of concern for her safety, but some were just joking around, watching the drama unfold. I doubt it's easy to find a taxi near an unmanned station at this time. Aren't there any residences nearby? It's very cold. Take care of your body. You should go find a station staff or a nearby police station. 5 minutes later, around 12:41 a.m., Hasumi replied,
Forget about taxis. There's nothing around here. What should I do? I called home and asked my family to pick me up, but my parents don't know where Kisaragi Station is. They will come to pick me up after they find the map. It's a bit scary.
At this point, more and more netizens joined the thread, and the advice was becoming more diverse. Although many of the replies were unhelpful, some of the replies were very useful. If there's a phone booth nearby, go to the phone booth and look up the number of a taxi company in the phone book. What about other passengers? Were you the only one who got off? About 5 minutes later, at 12:53 a.m., Hasumi replied,
I can't find a public phone. No other passengers got off. I'm the only one. The station name is definitely Kisaragi Station.
At this point, the best reply of the night appeared, making everyone nervous. When I just checked for you, the character that came up after typing Kisaragi was the character for Ghost. Ghost Station. So scary. With this netizen's reply, the discussion board instantly exploded. Many people were cursing at that netizen, while others continued to give advice. Walk back along the railway. After a long time, at 1:12 a.m., Hasumi posted another message.
There's really nothing nearby. I can only see grass and mountains. Right. I didn't notice it in the chaos. I'll walk back along the railway while waiting for my parents' call. I just used GPS to check my location, but it showed an error. But I should be able to walk back along the railway. I'll try my best. Thank you all for your help.
From the beginning of the post, Hasumi's comments seemed to be quite cautious. Perhaps she didn't want people to think she was making up a story. But the netizens pushed the story forward, because even though it was already 1 a.m., the number of people leaving comments was increasing. Pay attention to the battery of your phone. It's the only lifesaver. At 1:30 a.m., Hasumi posted another message.
My father called and asked some questions, but still didn't know where I was. My father wants me to call the police, although I'm a little resistant. I think I should make a call for help.
All the netizens agreed with Hasumi's decision to call the police and waited for the result of her call. The time came to 1:55 a.m., and Hasumi brought the answer to the police call.
After calling the police and trying to explain the situation, I was considered to be playing a prank and got scolded. I apologized because I was scared. I can hear the sounds of taiko and bell-like sounds from afar. I don't know what to do anymore.
Hasumi's reply made the netizens worry more about her safety. Anyway, go back to the station first. It's better to go back to the original place when you don't know what to do. And Hasumi replied quickly this time.
You might think I'm lying, but I'm too scared to look back. I want to go back to the station, but I'm afraid to turn around.
At 2:09 a.m., Hasumi made a chilling reply.
Hey? It's very dangerous to walk on the railway. A voice came from behind. I thought it was a station staff and turned around, but saw an old man with one leg standing about 10 meters away. And then he disappeared. I'm so scared that I can't move. I can't walk or run anymore. The sound of the taiko drum is a little closer than before.
And at 2:45 a.m., Hasumi finally reached the entrance of the tunnel.
I finally reached the entrance of the tunnel. The name of the tunnel is Yasukari. The sound is very close now. I plan to muster up the courage to go through the tunnel. I'll post again after I make it through safely.
Netizens were cheering for Hasumi, feeling that this supernatural drama was finally coming to an end. But at 3:10 a.m., Hasumi left a message saying,
I'm out of the tunnel. There seems to be someone standing in front. Acting on your advice seems to be the right thing to do. Thank you all very much.
Netizens were all nervous because Hasumi was going to where the stranger was. Wait, Hasumi. Don't go over there. That's dangerous. Stop. It was thought that there would be a twist in the story, but at 3:20 a.m., Hasumi left a message.
I'm sorry for making you worry. A kind person said he would drive me to a nearby station. There seems to be something like a business hotel over there. Thank you all so much.
Although Hasumi's tone seemed to suggest that she was out of danger, the netizens were not convinced, and they left messages saying, Where is that? Can you ask the kind person the name of the place over there? Hasumi replied at 3:29 a.m.
I asked for the name of the place and was told it was Asahina, which I thought was absolutely impossible.
But the subsequent development was beyond all netizens' expectations, because Hasumi's next message said,
Compared to just now, we are walking more and more into the mountains. It doesn't look like a place where cars are parked at all. That person has stopped talking to me. My phone battery is running out. Something doesn't seem right. I'm planning to take a chance to escape. That person has been muttering some strange things since just now. Just in case. This is my last message.
And this was Hasumi's last message in the discussion board. Hasumi has not left a message to this day. After this event, the urban legend of Kisaragi Station became a sensation. Netizens found the Asahina station where the kind person Hasumi last mentioned was going to take her, but this Asahina station was a full 100 kilometers away from the Shin Hamamatsu station where Hasumi got on. 10 years after the Hasumi event, in 2014, a netizen found Kisaragi Station on Google Map, but the map showed that Kisaragi Station was in a lake of the famous Tsukuba University in Japan. After this, there were sporadic reports of people having been to Kisaragi Station, and their methods of arrival were exactly the same as Hasumi's. but they were all suspected of being stories to hype up the event, and their credibility was not high. As for the real Hitsune, she has not appeared to this day, and whether the Kisaragi Station incident was true or not, only Hitsune herself knows. As I said at the beginning of my video, I will share an interesting story similar to Kisaragi Station that I have read before. This story was also discovered by many netizens. The sequence of events in the Kisaragi Station incident aligns with the plot of the 5th episode, Illusory Street, from the special drama Ultraman 80, produced by Tsuburaya Productions in 1980. Perhaps if Hitsune had continued her posts, Ultraman and monsters might have made an appearance. Every year during the Obon festival, two brothers would travel with their family to their grandfather's countryside home in Akita for an overnight stay. However, one year, the brothers went as usual, but only the younger brother returned home. What happened to his older brother? It is said that while they were playing in the rice fields, they saw a wriggling white or black shadow known as kune-kune. This encounter resulted in the older brother never being able to return home. The legend of kune-kune first emerged on Japan's popular forum 2 channel. It was once the largest forum in Japan, beloved by the public for its anonymity feature, which led to numerous posts about crime forecasts, ghost stories, urban legends, and more appearing on the site. 2 channel featured many viral modern urban legends, including Hasakusama and Kisaragi Station. In 2003, a story about the wriggling ghost kune-kune captured the attention of countless people. The post described kune-kune as typically having a slender, white, paper or fabric-like humanoid-shaped yokai, and is usually said to appear in fields on hot summer days. Its name, kune-kune, is derived from its alleged behavior of wiggling its limbs. It is said that kune-kune, unlike typical yokai, is not afraid of the sun and only appears during hot days, usually in summer, and often in crop fields and by rivers. Unlike aggressive yokai, kune-kune generally remains at a distance, swaying back and forth, and does not approach people. Kune-kune not approaching or attacking people doesn't mean it's not dangerous. If you ignore it, you're safe. But if you try to closely observe or approach it, you should think twice, as it can be very dangerous. Why do I say this? Let's revisit the story from the anonymous poster on 2 channel, and you'll understand why it's so dangerous. Let's call the anonymous poster Kenji. The story took place when he was a child, spending the night with his family at their grandfather's countryside home in Akita during the Obon festival. Kenji and his brother, born in the city, loved playing in the countryside fields, catching loaches, chasing ducks, and catching insects, without fear of getting scolded for getting dirty. Going back to the countryside for a holiday was a joyful event for the brothers. That summer, Kenji and his brother were playing tag near the rice fields as usual. The countryside was vast, with beautiful meadows and plenty of places to run and play. Suddenly, Kenji's brother stopped in his tracks, and curious Kenji went to see what had happened to his brother. His brother was staring in one direction, where there was a scarecrow in the distance. Kenji said dismissively, "It's just a scarecrow, right?" His brother, annoyed by the interruption, pointed and said he didn't just see the scarecrow. There seemed to be something strange wriggling behind it. Kenji looked in the direction his brother pointed, and both of them saw the strange white shadow. Due to the distance, they couldn't clearly see what was behind the scarecrow. They could only vaguely see a white figure, constantly wriggling, looking somewhat human but not quite. At first, Kenji thought the wind was making the white thing move, but then the wind around them stopped, Yet the distant white scarecrow continued to wriggle. Without wind, the scarecrow couldn't move on its own. So, what was that white, wriggling thing in the distance? The movements were so extreme that no normal person could move like that. Driven by curiosity, his brother decided to run home to get a binocular to see what the white, wriggling thing was. Shortly after, Kenji's brother returned with the binocular and looked through it at the mysterious white object. Kenji noticed his brother's face turning pale, cold sweat breaking out, and he started trembling. Soon after, his brother dropped the binocular to the ground, standing there in shock. Frightened by his brother's reaction, Kenji quickly asked what he had seen. Initially, his brother didn't respond. After a long pause, he suddenly said to Kenji, "No, it's better if you don't know." His voice sounded strange, almost like someone else. After saying that, his brother ran back home, leaving Kenji alone in the field. What should have been a joyful atmosphere turned inexplicably heavy. Kenji looked at the binocular on the ground and picked it up, wanting to find out what had frightened his brother. Just as Kenji was about to use the binocular, his grandfather suddenly rushed out to stop him, anxiously saying, "Don't look. You must not look at that thing." When his grandfather asked if Kenji had seen the white shadow through the binocular, he answered no. Hearing this, his grandfather sighed in relief and took him back home. On the way, his usually cheerful grandfather was silent. Seeing his grandfather's pale face, Kenji didn't ask further questions. Back home, Kenji noticed something was wrong. His parents and grandmother were crying. More terrifying was the brother behind them. Kenji's brother started behaving strangely, laughing and wriggling just like the white figure they saw in the field. Up close, his brother's wild laughter and writhing body were horrifying. Kenji was scared. His grandmother, crying, said they would leave his brother in the countryside for the grandparents to take care of. His brother's condition made it impossible to return to the city. Considering people's judgment and the small city home, leaving his brother there would cause great trouble. With no other choice, they decided to leave his brother there for observation. In the end, Kenji went back to the city with his parents, while his brother stayed at their grandfather's house. On the way home, Kenji sadly looked at the countryside through the car window, hoping his brother would return to normal someday. Some say Kune-Kune is just a scarecrow swaying in the wind, creating an illusion. Others suggest it might be an Itarnmomin, though Itarnmomin typically appears only at night, unlike Kune-Kune, who appears during the day. Some even say Kenji's brother disappeared years after the incident. Perhaps one day, if you see a white figure swaying in the rice fields, it might be Kenji's missing brother. But now, he is the Kune-Kune in the field, and if you try to observe him up close, you might be the next. In Japan, there is a terrifying legend. According to the legend, after the sun sets, a woman without the lower half of her body would appear on the railway overpass. As she moved, she made a chilling sound, "Take-take." She would attack her chosen target, and even if the target managed to escape temporarily, they would be killed within 3 days. This woman from the legend is the well-known yokai from Japanese urban legend, Take-take. Take-take is an evil spirit from Japanese urban legends. The legend tells the tragic story of a female student. It is said that this student fell onto the railway tracks during a prank involving cicadas, and her body was cut in half by a train. She became an ONRYO, a vengeful spirit, who haunts urban areas and train stations at night. Since she lost her lower body, she can only move using her hands, dragging her upper body and making a scratching or teke sound. This sound is produced by her elbows or the severed ends of her body scraping against the ground. If she encounters someone, she will chase them and cut them in half at the waist, mimicking her own disfigurement to kill them. There are many versions of the legend of Teke, but the most well-known story takes place in a cold winter in Hokkaido. One midnight, amidst heavy snowfall, a train was moving as usual through the snowy night. Suddenly, the train driver saw a woman rush onto the tracks. He hit the brakes immediately, but it was too late. The train struck the woman, dragging her for several meters before coming to a stop. The woman was crushed into 2 pieces by the train on the spot. Due to the extremely cold weather, her blood vessels contracted, slowing down the bleeding, and she did not die immediately. However, with her body severed in 2, she could only crawl with her upper body using her hands, groaning in pain and repeatedly crying out, "Where are my legs? Where are my legs?" desperately searching for her lower half. However, the people at the scene were helpless and could only silently cover the woman with a white cloth. After struggling in agony for about 30 minutes, the woman's cries for help grew weaker and weaker, ultimately failing to escape the fate of death. During the moments before her passing, she endured the most excruciating and horrific ordeal, fueling within her an immense resentment towards humanity. Consumed by this overwhelming resentment, she transformed into a vengeful spirit, harboring hatred towards humans, endlessly haunting the mortal realm, seeking revenge and retribution. Some claim that the woman chose to end her life by lying on the tracks due to being violated, but the more widely circulated version suggests that she tragically met her demise due to a prank. It's said that the girl had a particular fear of cicadas, which many classmates used to tease her about. On a snowy night while she was waiting for the train to return home, several female students quietly threw a cicada at her. Startled, she fell onto the tracks just as the train arrived at the station, leading to the tragedy. Hence, as the ONRYO known as Teke, she specifically hunts female students, perhaps seeking to eliminate those who once teased her with pranks. In addition to the mentioned version, there's another version of the Teke legend. In this version, Teke's real name is Kashima Reiko, and she was a beauty from the Showa era. After World War II, Japan was defeated and under American control for a period, with American soldiers seen everywhere in the streets. One late night, while walking near Kakogawa Station, Kashima Reiko tragically fell victim to an assault by a group of American soldiers. Afterward, fearing exposure, the American soldiers shockingly shot through Kashima Reiko's hands and feet and abandoned her in the wilderness. Just as Kashima Reiko was on the verge of death, a kind-hearted doctor happened to pass by and saved her life in the nick of time. However, the cost was that both her hands and feet had to be amputated, or else she would succumb to bacterial infection. While Reiko miraculously regained her life, she lost her beauty and freedom, gradually sinking into despair. One day, during an outing, she wheeled herself to the railway bridge near Kakogawa Station. After tipping over her wheelchair, she twisted her limbless body with great effort, climbing up the railing using all her strength. Without hesitation, she jumped off. At that moment, a train roared by, and Kashima Reiko was instantly crushed to death. After the incident, the police collected scattered body parts from the railway tracks, but they could never find the severed head. From then on, many bizarre deaths occurred in the vicinity. Otherwise healthy individuals would suddenly drop dead during the night. The common thread among these deceased individuals was that 3 days before their deaths, they all experienced strange encounters. According to one survivor's recollection, as he was walking one day, he suddenly encountered a bright white light. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something within the light moving towards him. Then, He heard the strange sound of teke-teke. As the sound grew closer, he realized it was a limbless, bloodied body crawling towards him at an incredible speed. The teke-teke sound was the result of this body rapidly crawling using its elbows. For the next 3 days, he continuously heard this teke-teke sound, relentlessly hunted by teke-teke. If caught, one would then become the next teke-teke. In the story of Teke-Teke, it's mentioned that her blood vessels contracted due to the cold, causing her blood flow to stop, which led to her suffering before death. However, many people argue that in the cold winters of Hokkaido, such a scenario is unlikely. Unless rapidly cooled to several hundred degrees below zero, it's not possible to contract blood vessels or freeze blood at the entry points to stop bleeding at human body temperatures. Therefore, the authenticity of the Teke-Teke urban legend has been questioned. Regardless of whether the urban legend of Teke-Teke is true or not, we should be cautious not to treat pranks as fun, especially not to play them on others in dangerous situations. However, if you happen to encounter a woman at night who appears to have only half a body and is crawling with her hands, regardless of whether she emits the sound of teke-teke, please immediately shout, "Go back to hell." Don't ask me why, because you'll thank me. It is said that in Japanese schools, staircases usually only have 12 steps. However, if delinquent students linger at school until nightfall, an elusive 13th step appears on the staircase. Those who witness this 13th step meet a chilling fate. They vanish without a trace. A tragic rumor once spread about a certain school in Japan, reputed to have the highest number of delinquent students. Almost every day, incidents of various sizes disrupting school discipline unfolded. From minor offenses like delinquent students openly smoking, to more serious incidents such as verbal altercations and physical assaults against teachers by students, the school faced a wide spectrum of disciplinary challenges. The school authorities have resigned themselves to the fact that these delinquent students show no signs of remorse, regardless of the punishment inflicted upon them. Expulsion remains the final resort, yet the school is hesitant due to the potential damage to its reputation from expelling too many students. Therefore, unless the offenses are egregious, the authorities opt to turn a blind eye in order to maintain peace. The school's attitude only serves to embolden many delinquent students, who become increasingly brazen within the school premises. With the belief that they won't face expulsion regardless of the severity of their mistakes, they are at most given demerits and verbal warnings. This, in turn, fosters their rebellious personalities. A group of delinquents, as usual, were extorting weaker students. Because it wasn't the first time, the victim had already informed his parents. Today, when he was being extorted, his father happened to be secretly watching over him. Thus, it can be said that the father caught the delinquents in the act of bullying his child. Enraged, the father rushed over to his child's side. Upon seeing an adult charging toward them, the delinquents scattered like birds. However, the father managed to catch one delinquent who couldn't escape in time. We refer to the delinquent student caught as Akira. Akira has a habit of carrying a small knife with him. In an attempt to break free, he drew his knife and stabbed at the father's arm before fleeing. He was identified, and with testimony from the extorted student, Akira was soon apprehended by the school authorities. Due to the severity of this violent incident, the father of the extorted student also pressed charges against Akira, forcing the issue to involve the police. With no other recourse, the principal reluctantly ordered Akira to be expelled. The act of violence resulting in expulsion made it impossible for Akira to find acceptance in schools across Japan. Faced with widespread disdain from others, Akira's mother, overwhelmed by the sense of alienation, tragically chose to end her life by hanging herself. Consumed by despair, Akira directed all his misfortune towards the school that expelled him. Driven by vengeance, he decided to orchestrate a plan to set the entire school on fire. However, on the night when Akira executed his plan, due to insufficient planning, he was quickly discovered by patrolling guards. Chased relentlessly, Akira could only desperately run upstairs. Just as he reached the stairwell on the 3rd floor, his foot missed a step, causing him to tumble down from the 12th level. His head struck the ground first, shattering his skull, and he died on the spot. The blood flowing from his body stained the stairwell crimson, creating the ghastly illusion of an additional step made of blood. The sight was horrifying beyond words. Following this incident, a school legend began to unfold. Afterward, there were frequent reports of delinquent students mysteriously disappearing from the school. Yet the reason behind these disappearances remained elusive. Just when everyone was at a loss for a solution, a student named Bunji came forward, claiming that he had also narrowly escaped being abducted. However, the abductor turned out to be a staircase. Like a survivor of a harrowing ordeal, Bunji trembled as he recounted his experience. The night before last, bored of heading straight home after school, Bunji lingered in the school stairwell with his delinquent friends, smoking and chatting. His friends, fearful of the rumors of disappearances, dared not stay at the school for too long and left before dark. Eventually, only Bunji remained, alone. As the evening descended, the bored Bunji sat on the stairs, contemplating life while smoking. He noticed that his cigarette had burned out and reluctantly decided it was time to leave school and head home. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, Bunji saw a senior student with golden hair and a rebellious demeanor, wearing the uniform of the upperclassmen. Upon inquiry from the senior student, Bunji revealed that he didn't go home after school simply because he found ordinary life dull and sought excitement. Convinced that Bunji was one of their own, the senior student passed him a cigarette and invited him to join the delinquent student's paradise. Intrigued, Bunji expressed his interest to the senior student, who grinned in delight. The senior student then suggested that Bunji accompany him to the top floor of the school, where the paradise was located. Placing a hand on Bunji's shoulder, the senior student pushed him forward, leading the way up the stairs. As they reached the landing between the 1st and 2nd floors, the senior student suddenly asked, "Do you know how many steps the school staircase has?" Taken aback by this unexpected question, Bunji stopped in confusion. Seeing him pause, the senior student pushed him forward with more force from behind and continued, "It's okay if you don't know. The school staircase has 12 steps."
But have you ever heard the rumor that an extra step appears at night?
At this moment, Bunji began to feel uneasy about the senior student behind him. His voice seemed to change, and the hand pushing him felt chilling. Fear began to creep into Bunji's mind. He wanted to stop and turn around, but his feet seemed to move on their own accord, allowing the senior student to continue pushing him forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As the senior student mentioned the 13 steps, Bunji began counting each step anxiously, fearing an extra one might appear. Soon, he reached the 8th step, and tears started streaming down his face as he saw 5 more steps ahead of him. The senior student spoke quietly. During the day, the staircase in the school has only 12 steps. But at night, a 13th step appears because it's formed by my blood. As he uttered these words, the senior student's voice had turned terrifying. Realizing that he was in grave danger, Bunji immediately took action. He grabbed the Buddhist amulet hanging from his chest and held it tightly in his hand as he swung backward. Suddenly, control over his feet returned, and Bunji swiftly turned around. Strangely, there was no one behind him, no senior student as he had perceived. Without hesitation, Bunji dashed downstairs, his heart pounding in his chest. As he fled, he glanced back at the 13th step, only to witness a horrifying scene. The step was covered in blood, and numerous hands reached out from it. Bunji felt as if he heard someone say,
"Come join us. This is our paradise."
After hearing Bunji's account, the school authorities were stunned because his description closely matched that of Akira, who had perished within the school premises. In order to protect the school's reputation, the principal issued a gag order, forbidding anyone who knew about Bunji's experience from disclosing any details to the outside world, regardless of the truth behind the incident. From then on, eerie legends about the 13th step began to circulate intermittently across various campuses. The 13th step came to symbolize the delinquent student's paradise, where blood covered everything. More delinquent youths would be invited into this paradise to play, but the price, of course, was their own blood. Did you know? Japan has a quirky urban legend about a peculiar figure known as Turbo Granny. They say that if you're speeding down the highway late at night, you might encounter an old lady sprinting faster than your car. Once she catches up, she'll tap on your window and say, "Gunbat Thay." In anime Dung Da Dung, Turbo Granny is a character who becomes immensely popular thanks to her terrifying appearance, comedic lines, and incredible running speed that empowers the protagonist. But did you know that Turbo Granny actually originates from a real Japanese urban legend? This legend is said to have first circulated around the Rokko Mountains. The story goes like this. One night, a man was driving through a tunnel when he suddenly heard a tapping on his window. How could there be someone knocking on his window at such high speed? Thinking he might have imagined it, he glanced over, only to see an old woman running alongside his car, tapping on the window before speeding ahead. And so, the legend of Turbo Granny was born. In many versions, Turbo Granny is simply a prankster, but some versions claim that after knocking on the window, she taunts the driver with a casual gunbat thay, urging them to go faster since they're too slow to keep up with her. She then speeds off, leaving the driver frustrated. Those who take the challenge and accelerate often end up in accidents. It's said Turbo Granny has an intense competitive streak and won't allow anyone to surpass her speed. Legend has it that if you somehow manage to drive faster than her, she might either find peace and disappear, or become enraged and harm you instead. But no one can confirm this part, as surpassing her speed is nearly impossible. At this point, you might be wondering, just how fast is Turbo Granny? Well, there are various accounts of her speed, ranging from 140 kilometers per hour to the speed of sound. Some even claim that Turbo Granny adjusts her pace to match the driver's speed, just so humans can actually see her. These speed variations have given rise to types of Turbo Granny, like Accelerator Granny and Supersonic Granny, or even versions limited to maximum road speed. The distinctions are quite fascinating. The origins of Turbo Granny's legend may lie in tales of a speeding elderly woman who drove at night. Over time, her story likely evolved, with the driver's seat swapped for a highway sprint, transforming her into the Turbo Granny we know today. After all, who's to say an old lady can't be a nighttime speedster? As one of Japan's famous urban legends, Turbo Granny reflects some cautionary thoughts on traffic accidents, like ignoring road conditions or speeding, key factors in many accidents. Hopefully, this legend serves as a reminder to all our viewers. Drive safely, keep an eye on the road, and maybe you'll avoid crossing paths with Turbo Granny. Stay safe, and make it home in one piece. If you enjoy my channel, please help by hitting the subscribe button and turning on the notification bell so you won't miss my upcoming videos. Thank you for watching until the end, and I'll see you next time.